Chapter 501, Shuhang, have you decided when you're ascending to heaven? Chapter 501, Shuhang, have you decided when you're ascending to heaven? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Is she waiting for me to get home and then appew me to space so that I can play with the stars? Fairy Firefly, don't be so cruel. We are all human beings, and we shouldn't hurt each other. They were all cultivators, after all. She could just let him rest a few days after returning home, allowing him to enjoy some family love together with Guigui, Li Yinju, and his parents. Afterward, he would get ready for the journey, and it wouldn't be too late to find an excuse and ascend to heaven. After seeing that, Song Shuhang didn't reply even after a while. Mama Song's heart suddenly moved, and she said, Shuhang, you aren't trying to conquer both, aren't you? PFFF. Song Shuhang almost spurted out his saliva and said, Ma, don't speak irresponsibly. You Ruzi and Liu Ying are just friends. It's a pure and simple friendship, it's not like what you think. Anyway, we will be home soon. Right. Ma, can you prepare a vegetarian dish? I'm bringing a little kid home with me. Is the kid a vegetarian? Mama Song nodded and said, however, how can a little kid only eat vegetables? He needs a balanced diet to grow up strong and healthy. Matilda, the little kid is a Buddhist, Song Shuhang said with a smile. So that's how it was. I'll prepare a vegetarian dish, then. Anyway, let's chit-chat and quickly return home. Miss Liu Ying is still waiting for you. I'll hang up now, bye. Mama Song hung up the call after saying this much. Song Shuhang deeply sighed and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle quickly headed toward his house. Come what may, there is no escaping fate. If Fairy Firefly really wanted to send him to space immediately, he could. No, he had to beg her to delay it by 2 days. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang returned home and opened the door, he saw Papa Song and Fairy Firefly happily playing a video game in the living room. The game they were playing was a shooter released in 2017. The gameplay was somewhat similar to the old Counter-Strike. As for the game setting, the developers opted for a vast, sci-fi world, turning the game into a sci-fi shooter. Given the low budget they had to work with, the developers didn't think that the game would attract many players. But against all expectations, the unremarkable game managed to get a huge player base. Even Papa Song would play it for a while when he had nothing to do. During winter vacation, Papa Song created a second account and had Song Shuhang play with him to sweep clean a zone to obtain some gun parts. At this time, Fairy Firefly was using Song Shuhang's second account and massacring other players in PvP mode. It was such a massacre that rivers of blood flowed. Since it was just a second account, it didn't have powerful weapons. But with Fairy Firefly's fearsome gaming skills, the enemies were still butchered and forced to retreat in defeat again and again. Fairy Firefly could easily see people brushing past the cracks between walls and objects, quickly shooting them. It was like playing with cheats. As he entered the room, Song Shuhang heard Papa Song roaring with laughter. Waha! Miss Liu Ying, I didn't expect you to be so good. It's not much, Fairy Firefly said modestly. After seeing the scene, Song Shuhang thought of something that happened around 3 years ago. At the time, he was in high school, playing a game with his roommates. Inside the game, they chanced upon an incredibly powerful enemy. The rank of the enemy was low, and even their equipment wasn't that strong. But when it came to killing players, it was almost as if the opposite party was cheating. They would pop out of nowhere and disappear without leaving any traces behind. Whenever they were shooting, even from afar, it felt as though the bullets could trail the target. They didn't miss a single shot. Song Shuhang's team of 4 was mercilessly crushed by a single person even though they could communicate and share information while inside the dorm. Afterward, one of the roommates believed that the opposite party was cheating and reported them to the game admin. However, the game admin said that the state of the other player's game was perfectly normal and that they hadn't used any cheats. For the next few days, Song Shuhang's roommates were quite angry. After all, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed that the other party was indeed cheating. Now that Song Shuhang thought about it, did he and his 3 roommates play against a bored cultivator that day? If the other player was really a cultivator, they were indeed cheating. However, they weren't cheating in game but in real life, using an undetectable and uncounterable cheat. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Ah? Little friend Shu Hang, you are finally back. Fairy Firefly raised her head and shot a glance at Song Shu Hang, saying, I've waited for a long time, and I even had lunch here. I'm sorry for making fair Miss Liu Ying wait for so long. As soon as the cruise ship reached the shore, I went to a friend's place to retrieve something, Song Shu Hang replied. Just as he was speaking, Song Shu Hang entered the house and placed the 2 water tanks with the seahorse dragons on the ground. In the rear, Li Yinju was already rubbing her eyes with one hand while holding Song Shu Hang's clothes with the other. It felt as though she was going to fall asleep at any time. Her conditions were influenced by her disease, and it was very easy for her to get sleepy. Also in the rear, Guegui entered the house and saw Fairy Firefly and Papa Song in the living room. Senior Liu Ying, Uncle Song, hello. Guegui greeted the 2 of them with a serious expression on his face. Hello, little master. Papa Song nodded, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Soon after, his fingers started to frantically beat on the keyboard. At this time, he was facing a life-and-death crisis in game. Hello, little Guegui. Eh? To which family does that girl behind you belong? Fairy Firefly couldn't help but be surprised when she looked at Li Yinju. The body of the little girl was surging with true qi. Moreover, it looked like innate true qi. In that case, was this girl a cultivator of the 4th stage realm? She didn't even seem to be 50 years old, and her strength had already reached such a realm. Of course, Fairy Firefly didn't make her judgment by looking at Li Yinju's outward appearance. Cultivators had their own ways to determine the real age of a person. Song Shu Hang sighed with emotion and said, she is the daughter of a deceased senior. I'm in charge of taking care of her for a little while. Fairy Firefly nodded and didn't question further. She madly clicked on the mouse and asked, right, Shu Hang. I came here to tell you that the 1,000 packets of spirit rice you ordered have arrived. At this time, they are stored inside my empty multi-storied building. Whenever you have the time, you should go over and bring some back. Oh, I'll give you the key as well. You still remember the address, right? Fairy Firefly gently moved and threw the key toward Song Shu Hang. So it was about the spirit rice, and I'm not immediately going to space. Song Shu Hang's heart finally calmed down. He had completely forgotten that the spirit rice would be delivered to Fairy Firefly's empty multi-storied building here in Wenju City. As for the address of the building, he obviously remembered it. After all, it was the same address they gave to the merchant when they bought the goods back then. After taking the key, Song Shu Hang saw that it was almost time to dine. Such being the case, he could just go over and bring 2 packets of spirit rice back for dinner. Wait a moment. Papa Song raised his head and asked, how many packets did you say? Fairy Firefly replied without raising her head, 1,000 packets. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Song Shu Hang's forehead. 1,000 packets of rice? Papa Song looked at Song Shu Hang. What kind of joke was this? His family only needed 1 packet of rice per month. Did Song Shu Hang buy enough rice to feed them for 1,000 months? It was so much that they could eat it for a lifetime. But the most important thing was, from where did Song Shu Hang get the money? Even if every packet of rice was worth 100 renminbi, it was still a total of 10,000 renminbi. Was Shu Hang scammed? Is it possible to return it? Papa Song asked, somewhat worried. Fairy Firefly replied in Song Shu Hang's stead, it's impossible to return it. The goods have been delivered, and the bill was likewise paid. It's not possible to return it now. Papa Song clenched his teeth and ultimately sighed. Forget it, one could only grow up after experiencing all kinds of matters. Although Song Shu Hang was scammed, it could be considered as a lesson for the future. How much money did this scam cost you? Honestly tell your father, Papa Song said. Moreover, since you bought so many packets of rice, did you borrow money from someone? How much do you lack? I'll make up the remaining part. You absolutely can't borrow money from loan sharks and the likes. You don't even have to think about that, understood? After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's heart warmed. Pa, don't worry. I wasn't scammed, Song Shuhang said. He was able to get only 1,000 packets of spirit rice because the merchant was lenient and gave him a preferential treatment due to Venerable White. Song Shuhang also added, moreover, I didn't borrow money from anyone. After all, I didn't use money to buy it. I used how can I explain it? Yes. A precious stone. A precious stone? Papa Song quietly rubbed his fingers. A murderous look flashed through his eyes. Exchanging a precious stone for 1,000 packets of rice, hey, there were indeed stones precious enough to have such a value. But was he supposed to believe that Song Shuhang just casually happened to find one such a stone? Fairy Firefly also said at this time, it's not incorrect to consider it a precious stone. He used a precious stone of the 4th stage to buy those 1,000 packets of rice. There was no money involved. Really? Papa Song turned around and looked at Fairy Firefly. Sometimes, people would behave in rather amusing ways. If a story was repeated enough times, it would become the truth, and if there was a witness to back you up, your credibility would increase by several times. Yes, it's the truth, Song Shuhang replied. Moreover, that rice is very good. Miss Liu Ying, how about going over and bringing some packets back to prepare dinner? Sure. But let me once again kill this guy first, Fairy Firefly said. Pew, pew, pew tilde the sound of gunfire was transmitted from the screen of the computer. Done. I've killed him 10 times in total. Fairy Firefly stood up and exited the game. Let's go pick up the spirit rice together. As for that enemy player that suffered one defeat after another, he was probably silently grieving. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang turned toward the kitchen and said, Ma, there are 2 pet seahorses inside the water tanks. Don't slice them up to prepare one of your dishes. Anyway, Miss Liu Ying and I are going out to pick up a packet of rice. We'll be back soon. Come back soon and pay attention to your safety. Mama Song's voice came from the kitchen. Song Shuhang decided to leave Guogui and Li Yinju behind. Li Yinju was already exhausted and lay prone on the sofa, sleeping. On the other hand, Guogui was curiously looking around Song Shuhang's house. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. As they started the vehicle and headed toward Fairy Firefly's multi-storied building, the latter suddenly said, Right, little friend Shuhang. I've prepared an advanced spacesuit for you as well as a few things that can come in handy in space. Have you already decided when are you planning to go up there? I've taken a look at your schedule, and there should be more than 1 month left before university starts, right? As expected, the topic of conversation shifted to this subject at last. In these days, I guess? Let me stay at home and rest for 2 days, I can set out for the journey after that, Song Shuhang replied. Sure. Give me a call when you want to set out. I'll reply as soon as called, Fairy Firefly said. But after saying this much, Fairy Firefly remembered that she had an important matter to take care of 3 days later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Meeting Again the Professor That Took an Arrow in the Knee. Chapter 502, Meeting Again the Professor That Took an Arrow in the Knee. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Fairy Firefly had an important personal matter to take care of 3 days later. In other words, although she said to Song Shuhang sure. Give me a call when you want to set out. I'll reply as soon as called, she would pew tilde him to space 3 days later. Fairy Firefly was quite embarrassed about what was happening. Hopefully, Song Shuhang will be able to enjoy the warmth of his family and prepare within these 2 days so that I can smoothly send him to heaven, Fairy Firefly thought to herself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The next day, July 26, 2019. Friday, cloudy weather that was clearing up. Scholar Mountain of Books. Today's Dao name was a Dao name that Song Shuhang liked, Scholar Mountain of Books. The flavor of yesterday's spirit rice was truly great. Papa Song and Mama Song immediately took a liking to it. Thereupon, Papa Song didn't bring up that matter about Song Shuhang buying a whole 1,000 packets in one go anymore. The only problem was that the amount he bought was indeed too high. After all, 1,000 packets were enough to feed Song Shuhang's family for more than 80 years. Therefore, Song Shuhang brought 30 packets of spirit rice back to his house early in the morning. Afterward, Mama Song and Papa Song went to visit some friends and relatives they were on good terms with and gifted them the spirit rice. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Wenju City, near Beijing Street, Mountain Nyoding. There was a mountain highway very good for racing on Mountain Nyoding. Moreover, the mountain forest was scarcely inhabited, and the spiritual energy was much higher than in the urban area. It was a rather good place to practice. After washing his face and having breakfast, Song Shuhang brought Li Yinju, Guogui, and Yu Jiaojiao along and rushed to the mountain forest. At this time, Song Shuhang had a clean crew cut. Yesterday, before returning home, he got rid of his hair that had reached his shoulders. Otherwise, Papa Song and Mama Song would get a scare after seeing that his hair had grown until his shoulders from the 3 or 4 centimeter long hair he had 2 weeks ago. They'd wonder if he took hormones or something. Yu Jiaojiao didn't train in martial arts skills lately and passed most of her time consolidating her realm. Therefore, she was currently doing breathing exercises, breathing in and out the spiritual energy of the world. Guogui practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique, the true self-meditation scripture, and the immovable body of the Buddha. Song Shuhang had borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU and pushed these 3 techniques to the master level. Therefore, he could guide Guogui while he was practicing. If we take into consideration that Guogui didn't lack medicinal pills and that the Enlightenment Stone was right there, the small monk had been advancing very quickly lately. Within a short period of time, he had already broken through the 3rd aperture, the nose aperture. After breaking through the last 2 apertures, the ear and mouth apertures, he would finally be able to jump through the Dragon Gate. Li Yinju was practicing a set of sword techniques. Song Shuhang was familiar with it. It was the same set of sword techniques that Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven passed on to Li Tiansu in the Dreamland, allowing him to reach the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. As long as one had the sword in hand and had the skills, they would not need to worry about not reaching the 5th stage. The scene of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven passing down the technique within Li Tiansu's Dreamland was rather vague, and Song Shuhang felt as though he had been seeing everything through a layer of mist, unable to distinguish things clearly. Now, just as he looked at Li Yinju's moves and actions, Song Shuhang felt as though his vision was blurred. He could follow as long as the moves and actions were executed separately, but he couldn't understand anything when they were united. His comprehension was really trash-tier when it came to sword techniques. And yet, whenever I see a saber technique, I can understand most of it after seeing it only once. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Song Shuhang was clear that he wouldn't have the opportunity to become a cool and dashing white-robed swordsman for the rest of his life unless he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. But he wouldn't give up. If there was an opportunity to learn a sword technique, even one that relied on brute force, it would be enough for him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the practice, Song Shuhang led Guogui with one hand and Li Yinju with the other, traversing the winding mountain road and slowly reaching the foot of the mountain. The green mountain, blue rivers, and the chirping of bugs and birds really improved one's mood. On their way back, they passed by a snack store. Song Shuhang bought ice cream for Guogui, a hot drink for Li Yinju, and a small cake for Yu Jiaojiao, as well as a few other snacks that they ate while heading back. Song Shuhang finally had a moment of leisure in his busy life. A lot of things happened after he left the mysterious island, and something new would pop out every day. Unknowingly, both Song Shuhang's mind and body had become exhausted. Now, he finally had some free time and was able to relax both in body and mind. On the path of cultivation, one had to find a proper equilibrium between work and rest. For example, many senior cultivators had a small herbal garden even though their planting skills were awful. Whenever they had free time, they would plant raw medicinal ingredients, producing countless withered spirit plants and spirit medicines. Managing a small herbal garden, raising spirit beasts and so on, occupations that seemed to be just a waste of time, were the method these cultivators came up with to balance work and rest. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On another side, a man was walking his dog at the foot of Mountain Noding. It was Professor Smith, a serious-looking British old man whose hobbies were travelling and raising dogs. He once raised an adorable pet dog, but the ungrateful bastard went mad and suddenly decided to bite him. Thereupon, Professor Smith decided to deliver it to a hot pot restaurant. Afterward, he decided to raise a German Shepherd. However, this powerful dog was unexpectedly defeated by a cute Pekingese. Whatever. Today, the mood was pretty good, and it was better not to mention these past sad events that Professor Smith experienced. Since summer vacation was rather long, Professor Smith visited several different scenic spots of China. But yesterday, he had to rush to Wenzhou City. A friend of the professor, who happened to be a director, wanted to find a good spot on Wenzhou City's Mountain Noding to shoot a movie. Thereupon, since Professor Smith was free and had nothing to do, he made a long trip and came here to meet his old friend. Moreover, he might give his old friend a hand with the translation stuff. The crew of his old friend would arrive in Wenzhou City within 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Professor Smith was currently staying inside a hotel, waiting for his friend to arrive. Today, he got up early and took his dog along for a stroll. While he was at it, he decided to head toward Mountain Noding and take a look at the scenery before his friend arrived. At this time, Professor Smith was strolling around with his new favorite darling pet. It was a well-trained mixed-blood pit bull. Pure-blooded pit bulls were too violent, and it was better to train them since they were young. And even then, one might need the help of a specialized coach to train them. It was definitely something that the old professor couldn't deal with. As for that German Shepherd, Professor Smith decided to return it the very same day it lost against the Pekingese. Mountain Noding is a really good place. Professor Smith pulled along his mixed-blood pit bull and headed toward Mountain Noding for a stroll. Although it was a mixed blood, the pit bull was still very muscular and powerful looking. Professor Smith was very satisfied with this new purchase of his. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was walking, Professor Smith saw a young man and 2 kids ahead coming in his direction. The young man had a crew cut and was leading a serious-looking bald child, who was eating ice cream with the left hand and a white-haired little girl drinking a steaming hot beverage with the right one. The long silvery hair of the little girl had the color of mercury. Did that little girl dye her hair? Professor Smith thought to himself. At the same time, Professor Smith found the short-haired youngster pretty familiar. He had a gentle-looking face, and the professor felt that he had seen him somewhere. Good morning, Professor Smith. I didn't expect to meet you in such a place. Song Shuhang saw the British old man from afar and greeted him with a smile. He felt somewhat guilty about what happened to this serious-looking old man. After all, he was the reason Professor Smith took an arrow in the knee, that wasn't it? He was the reason the professor had his leg bitten. Good morning, I remember you. You are that student with the Pekingese, Shuhang Song. Professor Smith said with a smile. No wonder this youngster looked so familiar. Aha, Professor Smith still remembers me. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh and shot a glance at the new darling pet of the professor as he said, Professor, did you change your pet? Professor Smith said earnestly that German Shepherd wasn't even able to defeat a small Pekingese. I returned it. Song Shuhang. Professor, your German Shepherd wasn't at fault. You have to believe me when I say that even the scariest and most violent dog in the world wouldn't be able to defeat that small Pekingese. At this time, Professor Smith asked, Shuhang Song, do you live here in Wenzhou? Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes. Professor, are you here to sightsee? Yes, something of the sort. My friend is a director, and he was thinking of coming here to shoot the scene of a movie on Wenzhou City's Mountain Noding. I'm waiting for his arrival, Professor Smith replied. A director? Song Shuhang immediately thought of the Unknown, a movie that he had requested Venerable White to participate in. The theme of the movie was unknown, the plot was also unknown, and everything else was also unknown. The only thing they were sure of was that Venerable White, Song Shuhang, and Yu Jiajiao would be in the cast. As for the stage props, there were surely going to be many car certificates and perhaps many luxury cars. At this time, Yu Jiajiao had reduced her size and was standing on Song Shuhang's shoulder while invisible. Her eyes immediately lit up as soon as she heard the word director. Yu Jiajiao had already made some progress in regards to the matter related to the author of the script. Therefore, she was very interested in this director. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang and the professor were chatting, Li Yinju stretched out her small hand and took out a chicken wing from Song Shuhang's pocket, starting to eat it. Perhaps because it got excited due to the smell of the roasted chicken wing, the new darling pet of the professor suddenly started barking. It was barking very loudly. Moreover, it was aggressively moving its body around as though it wanted to pounce on Li Yinju. Big Crystal, sit! Professor Smith shouted, somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps because he had been raising it for a small amount of time, not only did the pit bull not listen to the order of its master, it even started to bark more loudly. Woof, woof, woof tilde. The pit bull showed its sharp teeth while barking, making threatening gestures. Li Yinju raised her head and curiously looked at the big dog with her silvery eyes. Afterward, she silently lowered her head, continuing to indifferently eat the chicken wing. It was Professor Smith's first time seeing such a calm and collected little girl. But on the other side, because the big dog suddenly barked, Guogua got a scare and carelessly gobbled down a huge chunk of the ice cream he was eating. Guogua's heart was in pain. While eating the ice cream, he was treating it like a treasured object, slowly licking it and enjoying its flavor. But when the dog barked, he choked on it and swallowed more than half. After swallowing down that pig piece of ice cream, Guogua's enjoyment instantly diminished by 5 percentage points. At this time, Guogua's small face had become even more serious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Not Good, Shuhang is about to explode. Chapter 503, Not Good, Shuhang is about to explode. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Guogua took a step forward and directly looked the pit bull in the eyes, saying, "Shut your mouth, stupid dog. If you dare to bark again, this lowly monk will show you what an angry Buddha looks like." It was unfortunate that the dog couldn't understand human language. Thereupon, it started to bark even more loudly. Woof, 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 woof. The expression on its dog face also became fiercer. Professor Smith hurriedly tried to drag the dog away by pulling its chain. He was afraid that the idiotic thing would bite and hurt the children. At the same time, he also prepared to tell Song Shuhang to take the children and get away. But the professor had yet to speak when he saw the small monk take a deep breath and roar toward the pit bull, woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. The pit bull didn't show any weakness. Guogua coldly shouted, "Woof! Woof, woof! Woof, woof, woof!" While shouting, he stuffed the whole ice cream into his mouth. He was about to get serious. The pit bull also got very serious as it shouted, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." If not for the fact that its master, that weak-looking British man, had such an incredible strength, it would have already pounced on this small monk and bit him. Killing intent flashed through Guogua's eyes. Then, he used the innate skill of his eye aperture and roared, "Woof!" The pit bull wanted to retaliate with another roar. But right at that time, it saw a fearsome scene. The scene was very brutal. 100 multicolored big cats were surrounding it. If those cats were ordinary ones, the pit bull wouldn't be afraid even if they were 200 or more. However, the bodies of those cats were somewhat big. They were 2 meters long and continuously meowing. Their build was not any different from that of a tiger, were those things even cats. Moreover, something that resembled a cauldron was placed in the front. The cauldron was filled with fragrant spices, and there was a pit bull inside that was identical to itself. It had been stripped of its skin and thrown inside. It was a diabolical dog meat hot pot. At this time, the huge cats pounced upward like tigers. After all, they were literally the same as tigers, even in size. The scene was extremely scary. The pit bull felt that it couldn't unsee what it had seen. As soon as it saw that skin pit bull identical to itself thrown into the hot pot, its body started to shake. What was this place? Was it hell? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Professor Smith saw that the incredibly aggressive pit bull that was baring its fangs and teeth earlier suddenly stiffened. Woo woo woo. The ferocious dog cried out strangely, just as though someone had kicked it in the nuts. Its body shrunk and it lay on the ground on its stomach, trembling. What? What's happening? Did I miss something just now? Professor Smith was unable to understand what was going on. Why did his ferocious dog suddenly turn into a scaredy-cat? Or perhaps insanely barking at a ferocious dog upon seeing it, just like this little monk did, was the secret to subdue it. Should I give it a try the next time I meet a ferocious dog? Well, maybe it's not such a good idea. If my imposing manner is not strong enough and I fail to overwhelm the dog, getting bitten in the process, it would be quite unfortunate. Professor Smith, I'm sorry. This little kid was very rude. Aha Tilda anyway, you can keep strolling around, Professor. I have to bring these two kids home, Song Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. Afterward, he thought of something else and added, right, Professor. If you have free time, can you bring me along and let me take a look at how a movie crew shoots scenes? After all, he was also planning to shoot a movie. Therefore, he wanted to gain some understanding in regards to movie shooting and the likes, getting a general idea about it. Sure. I'll give my old friend a call in advance. When he starts shooting on Mountain Nyoding, you can directly come here and take a look, Professor Smith said with a smile. However, be careful not to disturb the crew. No problem. Thank you, Professor. Song Shuhang said gratefully. Afterward, the two parted ways. Song Shuhang left with Li Yinju and Guegua. However, Professor Smith's plan to take a stroll around came to an end. His ferocious mixed-blood pit bull was still lying on the ground, trembling. Song Shuhang and the others had already gone very far, but the mixed-blood pit bull was still trembling just as before. Professor Smith held his chin and said, even ferocious dogs are unreliable nowadays. As expected, I should have bought a mighty Pekingese. Not only are those dogs very cute, their fighting capacity is also excellent. That's it. As soon as I go back, I'll buy a lovely small Pekingese Tilda. Afterward, Professor Smith pulled the leash and forcefully dragged away his shivering mixed-blood pit bull. Now then, when he was bitten by his dog the last time, a female student delivered him a strange medicine. What surprised Professor Smith was that he happily took the medicine this female student gave him and didn't even bother checking if there was something wrong with it. Anyway, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that his body had become especially strong since he had taken that medicine. When he bought the German Shepherd back then, the professor felt that his strength had already increased by quite a lot. It was also one of the main reasons he decided to buy a dog with such a strong build. At this time, he was also able to easily drag away the pit bull. However, he also noticed that he didn't see that female student ever again after that. Forget it, I'm overthinking. Anyway, I should contact the pet store and have them reserve a powerful Pekingese for me, Professor Smith muttered to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. July 26th, Song Shuhang passed the whole day with the two kids, bringing them all around the city for a stroll. In the afternoon, he accompanied Mama Song and went to the houses of several friends and relatives to gift them the spirit rice. When it was finally evening, Song Shuhang felt that sudden bursts of weariness were rushing to his head. Although he had been free for most of the day, he still felt quite tired. He had found strolling around for the whole day quite tiring. Tomorrow, I should bring Guegua and Li Yinju to a bookstore and squat there for the whole afternoon, freeloading books. I'm sure that won't make me feel tired. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Late at night, Song Shuhang's whole family was sleeping. His home was spacious enough, and both Guogua and Li Yinju were sleeping in separate rooms. Only Yu Jiajia was in the same room as Song Shuhang. After all, he couldn't prepare a room for her. During the night, Song Shuhang had another dream. However, he didn't enter the dreamland this time. Although his innate skill to dream about others had frequently activated on its own lately, it wasn't something that happened every day. Song Shuhang dreamt about food. Since he was dead tired today, he ate 2 full bowls of rice at dinner, eating to his fill. But around midnight, Song Shuhang's powerful digestive skills activated and turned everything he ate into energy. There was nothing he could do about it. The whale swallowing technique was just this cool after reaching the master level. The whale swallowing technique was a technique that greatly strengthened one's teeth and digestive capabilities. The person that developed this technique could be surely considered a genius in the world of cultivators. It was technique that could allow the user to absorb even something like spirit beast crystals without leaving anything behind, let alone spirit rice or the food ordinary people ate. Not long after Song Shuhang lay on the bed, the strengthening effects of the whale swallowing technique on his stomach were brought into full play. I'm hungry. This thought was continuously reverberating inside Song Shuhang's mind. Sometimes, people would dream about things they strongly yearned for in real life, and their wishes would be fulfilled within the dream. For example, if someone was sleeping and needed to pee, it was very likely that they would dream about themselves using the toilet. The scary thing was that if one was dreaming about themselves peeing in the dream, they couldn't easily stop once they had started. They would feel as though they were going to pee forever. As if that wasn't enough, the more they were peeing, the more the urge got stronger. This dream where people were continuously peeing was also the main reason many kids wet the bed. Using the same logic, if one dreamt about food and delicacies, it was likely because they were hungry in real life. All sorts of delicious dishes would appear in the dream: fish meat, pork, stew, etc. In short, all types of food that one could, and could not, think of would appear in there. And just like one couldn't stop peeing, the person inside the dream couldn't eat to their fill no matter how much they tried. No matter how many delicacies there were, they just weren't enough. The more one was eating, the more they were feeling hungry. Song Shuhang was in a similar situation at this time. Roasted sheep, tender beefsteak, a whole pot of spirit rice, shelled fresh shrimp the size of a fist, hundreds of different types of Chinese delicacies, all kinds of ingredients. There was even food that had appeared only in legends and myths. Although he was eating with all his might, he just wasn't sated. On the contrary, he was getting hungrier and felt as though his gastric juice was about to melt his stomach. It's quite painful, regardless of what it is, I want to eat it, even something like ordinary brown bread is fine. Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, he discovered that there was indeed something in his mouth. It seemed that he unconsciously picked something edible with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. It was something very hard, and his teeth hurt a bit while he was chewing it. However, it didn't matter. Even if that thing was harder, it wouldn't be a problem as long as he had the whale swallowing technique. He could bite it to pieces and easily digest it. The whale swallowing technique activated. I'll bite it to pieces. No matter what it is, does it think it can escape after entering my mouth? Stupid thing, get crushed into pieces under the strength of my steel teeth. Crack tilde, the object was crushed to pieces. It tastes like sheep meat. This taste is pretty good, Song Shuhang thought. Gulp tilde? Next, that hard thing that tasted like sheep meat was swallowed down and directly went into his belly. It was quite good. As soon as he swallowed it down, felt his stomach overflowing with energy and being sated. He wasn't hungry anymore. That dream about the sumptuous banquet also disappeared without traces. What a blessing! Sometimes, even a piece of brown bread was a blessing for a starving man. At times, it was very easy to make humans happy. But for some reason, after he swallowed down that object that tasted like sheep meat, Song Shuhang felt as though there was something wrong with his body. He felt as if his dantian had swelled to the limit. Not good, it was still swelling. Afterward, this feeling was transmitted from his dantian to his whole body. He felt as though his whole body was about to explode. There is something wrong. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of a fearsome possibility. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, as a result, go into space. Chapter 504, as a result, go into space. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. July 27th, Saturday. Light rain. On the windowsill, Yu Jiaojia was already sleeping. Due to the rainy weather, the air was especially moist, allowing her to sleep very soundly. Today's Dao name was Path-Seeking Scholar. Right at this time, Song Shuhang fiercely woke up from his dream. He quickly shot a glance at this left hand and saw that he was holding his size-reducing purse. All of Song Shuhang's magical treasures and talismans were stored inside his size-reducing purse. Therefore, Song Shuhang always kept it close at hand even while he was sleeping. With that, if something unexpected were to happen, he could immediately take his treasured saber-broken tyrant out of the purse, as well as talismans and medicinal pills, to promptly enter into battle mode. At this time, he was tightly holding the size-reducing purse with one hand, while the other was full with several glistening things. They were spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang remembered that he ate something that tasted like sheep meat in the dream earlier. Was that something the sheep-type spirit beast crystal? If that was true, the situation was very bad. Song Shuhang quickly sat cross-legged and silently operated the 33 Divine Beasts technique, making his consciousness sink into his sea of Qi Dantian. Just as he expected, there was now the projection of a sheep circling around the embryonic form of his innate true Qi together with the shark. Moreover, an extra spirit beast vein had appeared above the embryonic form of his innate true Qi. Once there were a total of 33 spirit beast veins, the pseudo-innate true Qi would finally elevate to a new level. Usually, having an extra projection or spirit beast vein was a good thing. But here came the problem. 4 days ago, on July 23 to be precise, Song Shuhang used the whale-swallowing technique to eat a shark-type spirit beast crystal. But due to the spirit beast crystal being of the 3rd stage rank, Song Shuhang's sea of Qi Dantian and Dragon Tail Dantian almost exploded. At the same time, his mental energy also sharply increased due to the whale-swallowing technique. As a result, his physical body was unable to properly keep up with the rest. During the last 4 days, Song Shuhang had diligently practiced, but he was still unable to digest the shark-type spirit beast crystal, and now, there was even the extra energy from the sheep-type spirit beast crystal to cause trouble. The sheep-type spirit beast crystal was also a spirit beast crystal of the 3rd stage rank that he obtained during the cultivator's street market. In other words, his body was currently in a very dangerous situation. Whenever he was operating his true Qi, he felt as though he was full to the brim, with the meridians and dantian in his body were ready to explode at any moment. The place between his eyebrows was the same. He felt as if his mental energy was about to materialize and tear his head open. Song Shuhang tried to operate his mental energy to display a small technique like the mental detection skill. However, he felt as though several needles had pricked his brain. It was very painful. He had literally eaten until the point of bursting. This state was life-threatening, and even medicine that could help with digestion was of no use to the current Song Shuhang. This is a serious problem. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. At this time, his weak constitution had become a burden that was slowing down his growth. If his constitution could keep up with the rest, Song Shuhang could quickly increase his realm just by eating spirit beast crystals. But if it couldn't, his whole body would explode. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang immediately swiped on his phone and opened the instant messaging app, getting into the 9 Provinces #1 group and changing his username to Path-Seeking Scholar. Path-Seeking Scholar, good morning, seniors. May I ask if there is a method to quickly increase the strength of one's body? The first one to reply was obviously Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang. On the road of cultivation, one has to advance by step by step. After exercising a lot, the strength of your body would naturally increase. You shouldn't think of taking shortcuts all day long, it's harmful towards your practice. Path-seeking scholar, soft_feather_tears_stream_down_face. It was an emote from SoftFeather's own expression package that she had uploaded in the space group. Therefore, aside from Senior White's expression package, there was also a Senior Song's expression package and a SoftFeather's expression package. Moreover, there was also that collection of expressions of the fellow Daoist of the 9 Provinces #1 group that Venerable White had uploaded in the group. However, the pictures of that compilation were still unedited. As soon as SoftFeather had free time, she would prepare an expression package for each person as per agreement. Path-seeking scholar, Senior Northern River, there is something you don't know. I've been practicing a special cultivation technique recently, the whale swallowing technique. After practicing the technique for a few days, the amount of mental energy and true qi inside my body increased too quickly. At this time, my sea of qi dantian and dragontail dantian are full to the point of bursting. Even my mental energy has far surpassed the limit my body can handle. On the other hand, my constitution seems to be unable to keep up with the rest. Due to his body being unable to keep up with the rest, Song Shuhang didn't dare to break through the third dantian, the dragon claw dantian. After all, his mental energy would surely increase again if he were to break through. And if his constitution couldn't keep up, Song Shuhang would turn into beautiful and bright fireworks. Northern River's loose cultivator. His mental energy and true qi increased too quickly, and his body is about to explode for that reason? Is this the same plot of those teen novels from several years ago, where the main character climbs upon a mountain and digs out several 10,000-years-old potatoes and eats them to power up? Ordinary cultivators didn't have to worry about something of the sort happening. Generally speaking, the constitution of a cultivator far surpassed their mental energy or true qi. Our little friend Song Shuhang was worrying about a very good thing. However, Northern River's loose cultivator still hastily listed several methods to strengthen one's constitution. There are several methods to solve this situation. Each of them has pros and cons. Number 1, you can look for a fellow Daoist specialized in sealing techniques and have them seal your mental energy and true qi. Then, taking advantage of this period of time where your mental energy and true qi are sealed, you can practice body strengthening cultivation techniques with all your might and strengthen your constitution. Once you have reached your objective, you can untie the seal. However, this method is very dangerous. With your mental energy and true qi sealed, you won't be able to do anything if something unexpected happens. Song Shuhang silently nodded. This method basically consisted in binding one's hands and feet. He didn't like it too much. Northern River's loose cultivator continued. Number 2, you can look for a secret realm that has the ability to suppress mental energy and true qi and practice there. In some secret realms, it's very difficult to operate one's true qi, and mental energy is likewise suppressed. On the contrary, the strengthening effects on one's body are boosted. The disadvantage of this method is that the suppression is very strong, and the following backlash might be too big. For example, your mental energy, which was suppressed within the secret realm, might suddenly increase once you get out. Song Shuhang forced a smile. If he were to suffer such a backlash, his body might explode directly. Senior Northern River, are there other methods? Of course there are. Do you remember when Senior Xiangong got online a few days ago? Senior Xiangong has the formula of the Demo Dragon medicine in his hands. With that formula, it's possible to greatly increase the strength of the body of a cultivator. It's effective even on a 6th stage true monarch. Therefore, even if you drink only a small amount of the medicine, the strength of your body will increase by several times. Northern River's loose cultivator said. It was surely the best method to solve the situation. He needed but to drink a small amount of medicine and all the problems would go away. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, however, one needs to find a demo dragon first, right? It had been several years since someone had seen one. Yes, that's it, Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Amongst these 3 methods, the first one seemed like the easiest one to execute. Since Fairy Firefly was in still Wenju City, he could ask her to put several seals on his body. However, the best one was of course the one related to the Demo Dragon medicine. Just drinking a mouthful of the medicine would solve everything. Was it possible that he would have no choice but to bind his hands and feet? He really didn't like this method. Just as Song Shuhang thought about Fairy Firefly, she immediately appeared in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Fairy Firefly, I just had a good idea, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar. Song Shuhang said, Fairy Firefly, do tell. Aren't you going into space anyway? After I send you to space, you can take off your spacesuit and practice a body-strengthening cultivation technique close to the moon. In that area, there are several special energies, rays, and mysterious substances that are very beneficial towards the constitution of cultivators. Your body would be strengthened at an incredibly fast pace, Fairy Firefly replied. Song Shuhang said, taking off my spacesuit and practicing a body-strengthening cultivation technique? Fairy Firefly. I'm only a cultivator of the 2nd stage. Without the spacesuit, I would die within seconds. And that's the moment your emerald green Kasaya would come in handy. Once you wear it, you can practice in the proximity of the moon without problems. The effects would be truly great, you have to believe me. Fairy Firefly assured. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator also added, what Fairy Firefly said isn't without reason. There are many strange energies in space, and a lot of them have yet to be completely analyzed by us cultivators. For example, monster cultivators like to borrow the moonlight to practice. For instance, there are mysterious forms of energy and substances within the light of the moon that can strengthen the bodies of cultivators and monster cultivators. In the last several hundred years, along with new space explorations, several monster cultivators flew to the moon and practiced there from time to time. The reason for this is that the effects there are better than the ones they would obtain on Earth. Afterward, he also said, therefore, you might as well give this method a try, little friend Shuhang. Of course, you have to constantly pay attention to the state of your body. If you feel that there is something strange, you must immediately stop using this method to practice. Is it really that effective? Fairy Firefly struck while the iron was hot. It's better to make haste. Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, I'll send you to space today. There is no rush. I was planning to head to Mountain Nyoding tomorrow and take a look at how the crew and the director were planning to shoot the movie, Song Shuhang replied. His body wouldn't have any problem within the next few days. It doesn't matter. I can leave a clone on Mountain Nyoding and have it capture the whole scene of the crew shooting the movie. Then, I'll directly transmit the data to your phone in space. After you're done with your practice there, you can take a look at the scene of the crew shooting the movie, Fairy Firefly quickly replied. Song Shuhang. Why do I feel that Fairy Firefly really wants to send me into space today? However, Guogui is still here at my place. I have to wait for Senior Brother 3 Realms to come over and pick him up, Song Shuhang said. He had just returned to Wenju City, and there were still many things he had to take care of. As soon as he finished writing the message, the sound of a notification was transmitted from the instant messaging app. An account that went with the ID of Young Monk 3 Realms sent him a message, Little friend Shuhang, are you currently in Wenju City? I'll arrive in Wenju City in 1 hour. I'm coming to pick little Guogui up and bring him back. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang replied to Senior Brother 3 Realms, yes, I'm in Wenju City. Senior Brother, you can come over at any time. I'll see you in 1 hour. Senior Brother 3 Realms wrote hurriedly. Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered, was it possible that God had decided to deliver him to space on this very day so that he could play with the stars a little earlier? Thereupon, he wrote in the 9 Provinces #1 group, in that case, let me prepare first. I need to convince my parents first. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, J. Little friend Shuhang is about to set out. Right in time. Once you're in space, I'll look for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, the Jingang Token of Authority. Chapter 505, the Jingang Token of Authority. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang said, "Is it to explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue?" Yes. I assure you that it will be a very exciting experience. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added, "Moreover, there is a rather interesting low-level magical treasure that I obtained after drawing lots the last time. Since there is no one that has any use for it, I can give it to you as a gift for our first meeting." A magical treasure obtained from drawing lots? Is there really such an event in the world of cultivators? It sounds rather interesting, but where do they hold these raffles? I should go to one of those raffles after shaking hands with Venerable White Tilda. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 1 hour later, 5 a.m. Senior Brother 3 Realms arrived at Song Shuhang's place right on time. At this time, the small monk Guegua was still sleeping. Since everyone in the house was sleeping, Song Shuhang quietly allowed Senior Brother 3 Realms to come in. "Senior Brother 3 Realms, good morning." "It's pretty late, it's 5 a.m. already." Senior Brother 3 Realms had an exhausted expression on his face as he said, "This time around, I helped my teacher complete a very difficult task. While I was out, I decided to pick little Guegua as well and bring him back, right? Guegua should have given Junior Brother Shuhang quite a bit of trouble, right?" "Ahaha, it's fine," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Aside from when he teamed up with Dudu and caused him some trouble, Guegua was well behaved and quite lovely. Senior Brother 3 Realms gently pushed open the door of Guegua's room and picked him up, placing him on the flying sword. His actions were very gentle, and Guegua didn't realize anything. He was still sleeping soundly. "In that case, little Guegua and I will take our leave." "Oh, right. My teacher told me to give you this." In the next moment, Senior Brother 3 Realms threw a small wooden token with a bald-headed Buddhist warrior carved on it to Song Shuhang. "What is this?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. "It's the Jingang Token of Authority. It will allow you to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave. Junior Brother Shuhang, you should know that the basic Buddhist fist technique is a cultivation technique that Senior Medicine Master and my teacher obtained while they were exploring the Jingang Temple together, right? Back then, my teacher got his hands on the cultivation techniques of the Jingang Temple, as well as the Jingang Immortal Cave that the expert of the temple left behind. That's not all, there is also a heart-tempering ancient well inside the Jingang Immortal Cave, as well as information about the understandings that that expert of the Jingang Temple had in regards to the basic Buddhist fist technique. My teacher said that there is an advanced version of the basic Buddhist fist technique concealed in the Immortal Cave as well, the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. It's a very powerful fist technique with 8 styles in total, and it goes from the 2nd stage to the 5th stage rank." Senior Brother 3 Realms also added, "This Jingang Token of Authority is the key to enter the Immortal Cave. However, even with the token, you still need to pay 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage as a fee. An advanced cultivation technique was concealed within the Jingang Immortal Cave, unlike those for pictures inside the Chu family, one could inherit it if they could comprehend the content. In other words, one can enter the Jingang Immortal Cave as long as they have this Jingang Token of Authority and 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage?" Song Shuhang was now clear. "Yes, that's it," Senior Brother 3 Realms said with a smile. "However, Senior Brother, I don't have any spirit stones with me at this time, and I even owe Venerable White several stones of the 4th stage." Song Shuhang forced a smile. "Don't worry. Which cultivator doesn't lack spirit stones?" "Ahaha," Senior Brother 3 Realms said with a smile. "Anyway, it's still too early for you to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave. We'll talk about it once you've gathered 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage. After all, there is no restriction time-wise. As long as you have the Token of Authority and the necessary spirit stones, you can enter at any time." After saying this much, Senior Brother 3 Realms waved his hand and soared into the sky, carrying the still sleeping Guegua away. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Around 6 a.m. As the members of Song Shuhang's family woke up one after another, another guest came to visit him. It was Chu family's Chu Chu. Chu Chu and the other disciple of the Chu family arrived in Wenju City last night. But since it was already dark by the time they arrived, they decided to rent a room next to Song Shuhang's house. Afterward, they arranged a few formations and whatnot, getting ready to properly protect Li Yinju. After the sun had risen, Chu Chu headed towards Song Shuhang's house to meet him. The other disciple of the Chu family hid in the dark. It was an intelligent female disciple that had a lot of experience when it came to handling such matters. It was someone that the ancestor of the Chu family selected carefully. The ancestor ordered her to become Chu Chu's shadow and protect Song Shuhang and Li Yinju. Just as Song Shuhang opened the door for Chu Chu, Mama Song's voice was transmitted from behind. "Shuhang, where did the little monk go? How come I don't see him around?" Mama Song came out of Gugua's room while still wearing pajamas. Immediately after, she saw Chu Chu, who was standing at the doorstep of her house. It was another beautiful girl with very long black hair. Even the short skirt she was wearing was black, just like her black silk stockings and black high heels. Everything she was wearing was black. However, her short-sleeved shirt exposed some of her skin, which was as white as snow. Had her Shuhang become popular with girls after he had finally opened his eyes? Pretty girls were visiting Shuhang one after another. Mama Song was dazzled. Song Shuhang turned around and said, "Ma, Gugua's elder brother came here around 5 a.m. and picked him up. Since you guys were still sleeping, I didn't disturb you." "Is that so? Anyway, who is that miss?" Then, Mama Song said warmly, "Shuhang, don't stand there on the doorstep like an idiot, you're being impolite. Quickly ask the lady to come in." Song Shuhang turned around and smiled at Chu Chu, somewhat embarrassed. "Aunt, hello. My name is Chu Chu, and I'm Shuhang's friend," Chu Chu said very politely. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Although he ended up being busy until noon, Song Shuhang finally managed to settle all the various matters at home. Then he mustered his courage and got ready to tell Mama Song that he was going on another trip with his friend. He believed that Mama Song would surely object to him leaving home again. After all, when he went on a trip earlier, the plane crashed. His parents were really worried. But he didn't expect that Mama Song and Papa Song would agree to his proposal without any complaint. Moreover, Papa Song even secretly gave him 3,000 renminbi to spend on the trip. Song Shuhang looked at Li Yinju, who was closely following him, and Chu Chu, who was also closely following him. Mother and father didn't misunderstand, right? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang stuffed whatever he could think of into his size-reducing purse. Tablet, phone, laptop, portable console, as well as medicinal pills, talismans, the silver dragon puppet, and so on. Afterward, he headed toward the place where he had agreed to meet Fairy Firefly. Fairy Firefly had been waiting there for a long time already. When she saw him come over, she said happily, "Little friend Shuhang, I've prepared something for you. It's a reinforced space capsule. You can rest in there during your 1-month trip to space. There is also a pretty good spacesuit manufactured with advanced technology inside." After saying this much, she pointed her finger toward a square-shaped box on one side. "Fairy Firefly, why do I find the box pretty similar to the body of a car?" Song Shuhang said. Except for the wheels, which were missing, its shape was the same as that of a compressed car. You guess it right. It's a modified car. Inside, there are enough fasting pills to last for a month, as well as a few other interesting small gadgets that I hope will come in handy while you're in space, Fairy Firefly said. Anyway, it's late already. Quickly enter the capsule. Song Shuhang said hurriedly, "Fairy Firefly, can I bring some people with me?" Yu Jiajie also happened to want to go to the moon. She was a monster cultivator, and practicing close to the moon was very beneficial to her. Li Yinju didn't want to leave Song Shuhang's side. As long as she opened her eyes and Song Shuhang wasn't within a range of 10 meters, she would start panicking. Li Yinju and Song Shuhang had to stay together. On the other hand, Chu Chu was in charge of looking after Li Yinju, and they couldn't leave her behind all alone. It shouldn't be a problem to send several people together. After all, Venerable White didn't limit the number of people that could go to space. As far as I'm concerned, you can bring as many people as you want with you. However, the amount of fasting pills is enough for one person only, Fairy Firefly said. It's not a problem. I have a lot of fasting pills with me, Choo Choo said at this time. She had enough fasting pills for both her and Li Yinju. In that case, there is no problem. Guys, enter the capsule now. I'll activate the technique, Fairy Firefly said. Choo Choo and Li Yinju entered the space capsule. Then, it was Song Shuhang's turn. As soon as Song Shuhang approached the space capsule, his face stiffened. Fairy Firefly had prepared the space capsule for him alone. Therefore, the space inside wasn't too much. After Choo Choo hugged Li Yinju and entered the space capsule, they occupied almost 60% of the space inside. Fitting Song Shuhang wasn't really a problem. But if he were to force his way in, the resulting scene might be subject to censorship. Therefore, Song Shuhang turned his head around and said to Fairy Firefly, Fairy Firefly, don't you have a bigger space capsule? Nope Tilda, I only have this, Fairy Firefly replied. It was something she had prepared at the last minute. What can be done in this case? If you really don't want to enter the capsule, wear your spacesuit. I'll send both you and the space capsule into space together. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you end up there together and don't separate. Your security won't be a problem, either. I've arranged a defensive formation around the spacesuit and the space capsule. Even if you were to crash into a meteorite, nothing would happen to you, Fairy Firefly assured. I have yet to set out and you're already raising a death flag. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 3 minutes later, Song Shuhang grabbed 2 chains and chained himself to the space capsule. Fairy Firefly said, Are you ready? Senior, how are we supposed to reach space? Song Shuhang asked. Relax, it's a very safe method. Look at this powerful move of mine. Fairy Firefly activated a seal and a burst of power spread from her body. You'll change into rockets and fly upward with the power of repulsion. Feel the joy of flying into space. Pew Tilda? The space capsule quickly shot toward the sky. To be precise, it was affected by a powerful repulsive strength and mercilessly banished from Mother Earth. As a consequence, the space capsule was shot upward and got higher and higher. The joy of flying into space? Inside the spacesuit, Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. Flying into space is everything but a joyful event. At this time, he felt as though he was falling into an endless abyss. While endlessly falling, he was subject to a tremendous zero-gravity feeling. The level of his acrophobia had also increased, a level 9 acrophobia wasn't a dream anymore. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, next to Song Shuhang's house, inside Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist's home. I've waited for a long time Tilda, but now, the day has finally come Tilda. The Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist was looking at his image reflected in the mirror while trying to squeeze out the most brilliant smile he could. Yesterday, I determined that fellow Song Shuhang had indeed returned home. Today, I'll pay him a visit and freeload for good the Enlightenment Stone. Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist held 2 small gift boxes in his hands and swaggered toward Song Shuhang's house. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, The Soul-Devouring Demonic Good. Chapter 506, The Soul-Devouring Demonic Good. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Mama Song welcomed Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist and had him go to the living room. When she saw that he was holding 2 gift boxes in his hands, somewhat upset, she said, Ah. Mr. Yunwu, how come you brought over some gifts again? Really? I already told you a long time ago that we were now neighbors and that there was no need for such formalities. Moreover, you are Song Shuhang's friend as well. It's just a small token of kindness, nothing more. Miss Song, you don't have to be so formal, either. Deist priest Cloudy Mist slowly drank a mouthful of spirit green tea and let out a sigh. Soon after, he asked the key question, "Miss Song, is Shu Hang at home?" After entering the house, he didn't sense Song Shu Hang's aura or the Enlightenment Stone. Where had that boy run to? "Ah, it's really unlucky, but Song Shu Hang went on a date with a girl," Mama Song said with a smile. When the matter about her son dating was brought up, she felt she could keep discussing it forever. Blah 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 tilde Mama Song and Deist priest Cloudy Mist chatted for almost an hour. Deist priest Cloudy Mist bitterly swallowed the tea, and an agonized expression appeared in his eyes. F***CK. Shu Hang, this bastard, just came back, but he already left for a 1-month-long trip with a girl. What the hell? Do you think I won't flip the table? Each time he comes back, he immediately goes away. And each time he leaves home, it's for a 1-month trip. Literally worse than menstruations. Deist priest Cloudy Mist didn't even know how he had returned to his room. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind: beep, 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 beep tilde. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Meanwhile, Song Shu Hang was still flying upward. A formation was engraved on one side of the spacesuit. During the journey, the formation changed into a defensive layer that wrapped and protected him while he was traveling through the atmosphere. Yu Jiaojia was currently hiding inside his safety helmet. But right at this time, Song Shu Hang's phone suddenly rang. Therefore, he had to squeeze it into his safety helmet with much difficulty. After taking a look at the screen, he discovered that it was Fairy Firefly calling. Wasn't Fairy Firefly operating the magical technique that delivered them to space? Why did she suddenly call him? Is it possible that there were problems with the magical technique? Song Shu Hang was worried and quickly picked up the phone. Fairy Firefly's voice was transmitted from the other side. "Hello, Shu Hang. You are about to pass through the atmosphere, and the phone will lose signal for the time being. Get ready for the impact." "Sure, Fairy Firefly," Song Shu Hang said weakly. "Are you enjoying flying into space?" Fairy Firefly also asked. Song Shu Hang. This made him recall that ridiculous TV program called Are You Happy? Anyway, no. I'm not happy at all. Aha, have fun. Let us see each other 1 month later, little friend Shu Hang, Fairy Firefly said as she hung the phone. Soon after, Song Shu Hang and the rudimentary space capsule finally barged into space. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. They, too, didn't know how long they had flown. This time, Song Shu Hang and the others were directly heading toward the position of the moon. Since he was bored, Song Shu Hang suddenly asked, "Jiao Jiao, are there cultivators on the moon?" It was a good thing that he'd brought several people with him on this trip. At least there was someone he could talk to. In the past, there were the bases of several cultivation schools on the moon, as well as the strongholds of several monster cultivators. However, they moved away one after another during the last 100 years, Yu Jiaojia replied. Song Shu Hang asked out of curiosity, eh? Why did they move away? First, ordinary people have advanced to the point of becoming capable of exploring space. Their satellites and spaceships can already reach the moon and the other planets of the solar system. Second, the natural resources on the moon have almost been completely extracted. Therefore, cultivators moved away one after another. Only a few secret strongholds belonging to monster cultivators are left. With that, monster cultivators that come to the moon to practice have a place where they can reside during their journey, Yu Jiaojia replied. In other words, it's possible that we might meet cultivators and monster cultivators when we reach the moon, right? Song Shu Hang asked. Yu Jiaojia replied, I fear it won't be that easy. After all, the moon is very big. Each year, only a few thousand cultivators and monster cultivators would go to the moon to practice. Moreover, these several thousand people would go there over the span of 12 months. Therefore, the chance of meeting someone on the surface of the moon isn't that high. It's a good thing that we won't meet other cultivators, Song Shu Hang said. His current strength was too low, and if he were to meet another cultivator and get into a fight them, it would be quite disadvantageous for him. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang turned his body around and looked at the space capsule. On the edge of the door of the capsule, Li Yinju's small face was glued to the glass, and her big, silvery eyes were gazing at Song Shuhang without blinking. It almost felt as though Song Shuhang was more interesting than the starry sky in her eyes. On the other hand, Chu Chu's view of the world had crumbled. Is it so easy to go into space? This thought was continuously reverberating inside her mind. Who could have thought it would be so easy? But after pondering for a moment, she thought of another problem: how was she supposed to breathe? She didn't know the turtle breathing technique and hadn't reached the 4th stage in 8 realm either. And even if she were to learn the turtle breathing technique and practice to a very high level, she would still need to breathe several times within a month. Chu Chu realized that she hadn't prepared properly while rushing into space. I won't die, right? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang and the space capsule kept flying and flying. Then, an object suddenly flashed past their eyes at a very high speed. It looked like a sword light, and its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it wasn't following a fixed trajectory but was flying about haphazardly. The sword light was carrying something alongside it. It was a barely visible burgundy object. This sword light gave Song Shuhang a very familiar feeling. F*CK, isn't that one of Senior White's disposable flying swords? Song Shuhang called out. However, what was that burgundy object that he was having trouble seeing? Just as Song Shuhang was deep thoughts, several figures also sped past them, following after the sword light at full speed. Each of the figures was using their own special powers and skills. Someone was riding a flying sword. Someone was riding a rosy cloud. Someone was driving an immortal boat. Someone was wearing strange shoes and running in the middle of space. They were using all sorts of different methods, but each and every one of them was incredibly fast. Amongst these figures were cultivators, monster cultivators, and even some cultivators that had the appearance of half humans and half monsters. Their cultivation level was at least of the 4th stage, if not above. If they wanted to survive in space for a long period of time without breathing or worrying about the damage space could cause to their bodies, they needed a cultivation of the 5th realm or above. Unexpectedly, so many cultivators were madly running after a sword light. What was that thing on the sword light? What could possibly attract the attention of so many cultivators and monster cultivators, pushing them to chase it with all their might? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and tried to recall to mind which objects had Senior White sent to space lately. There was a fridge, a TV, an electric rice cooker, and all sorts of electronic products commonly found in houses. But were these things really worth the time of these cultivators? Or perhaps they looked at the incredible power of the sword light, as well as to the terrifying sword chi it was emitting, and thought that the object it was carrying was also a precious treasure? Is that the reason they started to madly chase after it? If they were to get their hands on the sword light with much difficulty just to discover that the treasure they were looking for was a broken fridge, wouldn't the mind of these cultivators collapse? For some reason, Song Shuhang noticed that he was really looking forward to seeing such a scene. I should stop. It's bad to have such wicked thoughts. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. It's a good. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yinju's voice was transmitted beside his ear. She used the secret sound transmission. Song Shuhang was already a cultivator of the 2nd stage. Therefore, he could also learn the secret sound transmission skill. However, he didn't have the chance up until now, and there was no one to teach him either. Song Shuhang asked, a good? A burgundy good? Song Shuhang felt that he had seen such a thing before. If one were to mention a burgundy good, the first thing that would come to their mind would be the 7 Calabash brothers, right? No, that's not it. What else there was aside from the 7 Calabash brothers? That golden red good from Journey to the West. The same one that the monster held while saying to Sun Wukong, Monkey, I'll call your name, do you dare to reply one? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was thinking, Li Yinju's voice echoed once more in his ears. There is someone ahead. Song Shuhang immediately returned to his senses and looked ahead. Two figures were quickly approaching the space capsule from far off. The two figures were wearing black Daos robes and had the word Limitless embroidered on their clothes. The two men stopped in front of Song Shuhang and coldly looked at him. A cultivator of the second stage? Does he want to die? He is only at this level and he unexpectedly dared to rush into space? This guy seems tired of living. The man on the left said coldly, "Are you also here to steal the soul-devouring demonic good?" The secret sound transmission was very useful in space. The soul-devouring demonic good? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and said, "Are you talking about that thing on the sword light? I didn't come here for that." Song Shuhang couldn't use the secret sound transmission. Luckily, the opposite party was able to read his lips and understand what he said. HMPH, it's better this way. That thing isn't something a cultivator of the second stage like yourself should think of. Be a good boy and get out of here, the man on the left said coldly. After saying this much, he turned his body around and prepared to chase after the sword light. But right at this time, the eyes of the man standing on the right lit up. He carefully looked at Song Shuhang and said, "I'm not mistaken, it's really him." The man on the left blurted out. "It's stressed by a mountain of books. That small cultivator that caused senior brother Young Master Hai to suffer a loss. I didn't expect to meet him in such a place." An excited expression appeared on the face of the man on the right. The matter about Young Master Hai and Su Clan 7 clashing had created a great disturbance, and a lot of people in the Limitless Demon sect knew about it. Young Master Hai also didn't try to hide it. Therefore, the people in the sect had openly discussed it. If we consider that these two in black robes were close followers of Young Master Hai's faction, they were even more informed about Stressed by a Mountain of Books and his looks. If we can catch this guy and hand him over to senior brother Young Master Hai. The man on the right secretly accumulated his innate true chi and locked Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When he saw the eyes of the opposite party change, Song Shuhang knew that the situation had taken a wrong turn. Li Yinu's voice was also transmitted at this time. Disciples of the Limitless Demon sect, 4th stage realm. As expected, it's them, Song Shuhang said. No matter where he went, he would always bump into these guys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, a group of cultivators demanding their payment. Chapter 507, a group of cultivators demanding their payment. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The two men in front of them were cultivators of the 4th stage. After sensing their aura, Yu Jiaojiao determined that they were cultivators that had just entered the 4th stage realm. The strength of Song Shuhang's party wasn't inferior to the other side. Yu Jiaojiao was a monster cultivator of the 4th stage, and there was another cultivator of the 4th stage inside the space capsule, Li Yinju. If we consider that Song Shuhang had various talismans and magical treasures, as well as other objects, with him, his side had a higher chance of coming on top if the two groups were to clash. But given the ability and rich background of the Limitless Demon sect, perhaps these two cultivators of the 4th stage were only the vanguard, and there were other powerful cultivators of their sect rushing over here. They couldn't be careless. Moreover, their party had just entered space and had yet to adapt to the environment. Therefore, they might be at a disadvantage if they started to fight immediately. Such being the case, should they go for a tactical retreat first? They could quietly follow these guys soon after and see if they had other companions. They could also spy on their attacking methods and obtain detailed information about their fighting capacity and so on. After all, if you knew yourself and the enemy, you would always be victorious. If they had the opportunity, it was a pretty good idea to make a surprise attack as well. Song Shuhang grabbed his size-reducing purse and prepared to take the silver dragon puppet out. He was planning to use the puppet to get away from here and avoid clashing with these guys head-on. But right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao's excited voice was transmitted beside his ear. Shu Hang, open the safety helmet and let me out. I'll give them a lesson. Yu Jiajiao hadn't had any opportunity to fight after advancing to the 4th stage realm. Therefore, she had been itching to get into action for a while. Moreover, she had the bloodline of a flood dragon and managed to jump through the dragon gate with much difficulty, gaining the ability to assume a half-human and half-fish form. Her fighting capacity was quite a bit higher than ordinary cultivators of the 4th stage. At this time, she felt as though she could fight 3 ordinary cultivators of the 4th stage all alone. At the same time, Li Yinju's voice was also transmitted beside Song Shuhang's ear. Careful, the enemy attacked! A pitch-black flying sword quietly appeared next to Song Shuhang's back, launching its attack in the same instant Li Yinju said those words. The pitch-black flying sword was concealed very well, and only in the instant it launched its attack did the sword chi explode. I'll be in charge of the defense, Yu Jiajiao said. Just as she said these words, she had already arranged 2 layers of defense on Song Shuhang's body. Rip! The flying sword stabbed Song Shuhang's back. The corner of the mouth of the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect standing on the right rose and turned into a smile. It was a success. His pitch-black flying sword was a special sword specialized in assassinations. There were several types of magical runes engraved on it that added properties such as armor-piercing, anti-evasion, sharpening, and so on. An ordinary defensive technique was unable to ward off the attacks of his black sword. Therefore, he was confident that the sword would destroy the 2 layers of defense on Song Shuhang's body. But in the next moment, the smile on the face of the disciple stiffened. Just as the pitch-black flying sword stealthily approached Song Shuhang and stabbed him, it was stopped by an invisible barrier before it could even reach the 2 layers of defense protecting Shuhang. No matter how much it tried, it was unable to break through the invisible barrier. This invisible barrier wasn't something that Yu Jiajiao had arranged. It was a field of powerful repulsive strength, and the pitch-black flying sword was blocked by it. The flying sword emitted a long cry, and the blade of the sword unexpectedly started to bend. Its fairy firefly's repulsive strength, are these the lingering effects of the mysterious technique she used earlier? Song Shuhang immediately understood what was happening. Earlier, Fairy Firefly used a mysterious technique that generated a powerful repulsive strength. The repulsive strength was powerful enough to directly deliver them into space from the surface of the Earth, making them arrive in the proximity of the Moon. Therefore, one could well imagine how terrifying the strength generated by her mysterious technique was. Even if only the residues of the mysterious technique were now left on the body of Song Shuhang and the others, they were more than enough to ward off the attack of the pitch-black flying sword. It wasn't all, the remaining power even rebounded the sword. The pitch-black was forcefully turned around and repelled by the repulsive strength. In the end, it flew away and pierced a meteorite a kilometer away. Even its master wouldn't be able to retrieve it within a short period of time. It's a good opportunity. Shu Hang, quickly open the safety helmet. I'm going out. Look how I beat these guys. Yu Jiajiu shouted. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Unfortunately, Yu Jiajiao didn't have the opportunity to enter into action once again. It was because someone else decided to meddle. In the instant the pitch-black flying sword was repelled, 15 figures rushed over from a distant place. Each of the figures had bulging muscles and was more than 2 meters tall. Just by standing there, these tall and strong men were capable of making the onlookers feel a lot of pressure. They positioned themselves between Song Shuhang and the disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. Afterward, they swiftly shot a glance at Song Shuhang's group, but their vision finally fell on the bodies of the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. There is no mistake. It's them, they are disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect, a man wearing a leather armor said in a grave tone after shooting a glance at the Limitless word embroidered on the black Daoist robes of the other party. Just as the voice of the stout man wearing the leather armor faded, the other 14 men clenched their fists and surrounded the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. It felt as though a group of brown bears had surrounded 2 pitiful lambs. The 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect were dumbfounded. They were unable to understand what was happening. In the next moment, the 15 men quickly took out banners and flags from their clothes, putting them together and unfurling them. Returning money that is owed is the right thing to do. Life is hard and full of hardships. Return us our hard-earned money, Limitless Demon Sect. Ren Baodong of the Limitless Demon Sect owes us 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. Return us our hard-earned money. Return us our hard-earned money. Give us a way to survive. Return us our hard-earned money. We're equal, fair, lawful, patriotic, professional, honest, friendly, democratic, civilized, and gentle. We only want our hard-earned money. At the same time, there was also the magnified version of a contract. It was a contract of the world of cultivators. From the looks of it, a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect hired these 15 men for a total of 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. He hired them to chase and intercept that sword light madly dashing about in space and the treasure above. The time limit was 7 days. Whether or not the treasure was retrieved, the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was supposed to pay them the spirit stones after 7 days. Within these 7 days, the 15 stout man had to intercept and stop the sword light at least 5 times, giving that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect, called Ren Baodong, an opportunity to seize the treasure on the sword light. The 15 stout men were professionals. Therefore, they gave that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect a total of 9 opportunities to seize the treasure within those 7 days. But in the end, that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was still unable to subdue the treasure. The fault lay with him and not with them. Unfortunately, he wasn't too lucky. As the deadline of the contract approached, the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect quietly disappeared. It seemed that he had no intention of paying that fee of 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. It was one of those bad cases where their employer ran without paying the money. However, the 15 men didn't take it to heart. After all, they were also specialized in demanding payment. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After getting a gist of what was happening, the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect furrowed their brows and said, "Ren Baodong? Sorry, but we don't know anyone with that name." The Limitless Demon Sect was a huge sect and had tens of thousands of disciples, as well as numerous branches. Therefore, it was impossible for them to know each disciple of the sect. The stout man wearing the leather armor sneered, "Hee, I don't care if you know him or not. Quietly hand over those 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. Otherwise, don't blame us 15 brothers for being rude." The disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect standing on the right said coldly, "That's impossible. Why should we give you the spirit stones that Ren Baodong owes you? It's the one that owes the money that should return it. If you want those spirit stones back, go look for Ren Baodong. You can forget about getting any spirit stone from me." The face of the man wearing the leather armor darkened as he said, "Hee, so, you don't intend to pay us? You don't want to return us the spirit stones? If you owe money, it's only natural to return it. If you don't, how can you even be considered a man?" another stout man said as he clenched his fists. "Since they have soft and fair skin, in the worst case, we can tie them up and sell them to that sect of female cultivators, the Moonlight Jade Maiden Alliance. We should be able to sell them for several tens of thousands of spirit stones of the 4th stage. We might even make a small profit. Wasn't someone from the White Robe Demon Sect looking for male cultivators with fair and tender skin the last time? Perhaps we can sell these 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect for a high price there." The 15 stout man started to make all sorts of comments. That disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect on the right was thoroughly enraged. He was a proud disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect, who had ever dared to shame him like this. "You are courting death," the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect roared as he activated a seal. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and launched a lightning technique. The ray of lightning changed into a sharp spear that was making crackling noises. Its power was incredible, and it directly shot toward that man wearing the leather standing in the front. Bah! The man wearing the leather armor snorted and clenched his right hand. Afterward, the muscles on his body started to move up and down as though they were alive. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sharp spear directly, crushing it to pieces with the strength of his hand. A bodily cultivator? Just like Dharma King creation, this stout man wearing the leather armor had decided to walk the path of a bodily cultivator. As a consequence, his physical body was extremely powerful. Although he was only a cultivator of the 4th stage, his body was already stronger than a cultivator's of the 5th stage realm. After breaking the sharp spear to pieces with his bare hands, the stout man wearing the leather armor disappeared and reappeared in front of the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect on the right, punching him in the abdomen. The disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect immediately arranged a defensive barrier. However, the strength of the punch of the stout man penetrated the barrier, hitting the body of the opposite party. Although the barrier wasn't broken, the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect squatted down and assumed a fetal position, foam coming out of his mouth. He seemed to be in great pain. Not only does this guy that not want to return the money, he even dares to curse and attack others. I really hate death-courting garbage like you. The stout man wearing the leather armor took his fist back with a cold expression on his face. After seeing that his companion was instantly KO'd, the other disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect calmed down. The corner of his eye twitched as he tried his best to calm himself down. Wait a moment, gentlemen. The one that owes you those spirit stones is Ren Baodong. Therefore, you should look for him. What is the point of looking for us? The stout man wearing the leather armor clenched his pot-sized fist and said, Why do you think it's useless? You are both disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. You are from the same faction as that Ren Baodong. If we can't find Ren Baodong, we'll obviously look for you guys. Anyway, enough with this nonsense, return us the spirit stones. One of the nearby stout men added, according to the agreement, there is the interest rate as well. Wait, no. It's the penalty for breaching the contract. The payment is 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage, as well as additional 500 spirit stones for each day the fee is not paid. It's been 4 days already, so it's 52,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage now. You damned loan sharks, the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect standing on the left said as he clenched his teeth. Bah, if I were a loan shark, I would charge you 10%, if not 50%, as a daily penalty for breaching the contract, the stout man wearing the leather armor said disdainfully. My brothers and I are famous figures in the world of cultivators. We are professionals, and a group demanding our pay in a legit way. Don't lump us together with those amateurish loan sharks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Go, Mount Tai Seal. F*CK, wrong target. Chapter 508, Go, Mount Tai Seal. F*CK, wrong target. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Even when it comes to demanding the payment, we are professional, the man wearing the leather armor said complacently. Song Shuhang, Yu Jiajiao, Li Yinju, and Chu Chu looked at this magnificent scene of demanding one's payment that was taking place right in front of them. How could one say it? Well, this world was truly unpredictable. No one knew what might happen in the next moment. Perhaps one was in heaven a second earlier, and they would end up in a hell a second after, just like the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect who were the ones doing the hunting a moment ago but turned into prey a moment later. However, it was precisely the impossibility to predict the future and the myriad possibilities lying ahead that made life so beautiful and colorful. This is life. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. The only thing he lacked now was a good cup of tea to sip on. Yu Jiajiao said regretfully, it was quite unfortunate. They snatched away our prey. Actually, I think that it was a pretty good thing. I get the feeling that we would have been involved with this scene too if you had made your move earlier, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Moreover, they didn't know if the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect had helpers or not. Yu Jiajiao rolled her eyes and said, since there is nothing else to do, let's be on our way. We are pretty close to the moon already. Agreed +1, Li Yinju said. Agreed +2, Chu Chu also said via secret sound transmission. Agreed +3. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand while wearing that cumbersome spacesuit and waved it. There was a driving force formation engraved on the spacesuit that allowed Song Shuhang to freely move in space. Since Song Shuhang couldn't ride a flying sword, he would only be able to casually float in space without this driving force formation. Using his silver dragon puppet would consume spirit stones, and the current Song Shuhang was completely broke. Therefore, he could use the puppet only at critical times. Just as Song Shuhang operated the formation and prepared to leave, that man wearing the leather armor turned his head around and waved his hand at him, saying, "Kid, which sect do you belong to?" "I'm not from the Limitless Demon sect," Song Shuhang said hurriedly and waved his hands. He didn't want them to go after his spirit stones as well. He was a poor wretch without any stone at this time. He had to hope that the opposite party could read his lips, and moreover, he had to learn the secret sound transmission skill as soon as possible. It was too troublesome to communicate with others without that. The man wearing the leather armor brightly smiled and said, "That's a given. It only took me a glance to determine that you weren't a person of the Limitless Demon sect. Like I said, we are professionals when it comes to demanding payment." Song Shuhang said, "I'm a loose cultivator. I don't belong to any sect." "A loose cultivator? Good luck, little brother." After hearing that Song Shuhang was a loose cultivator, the tone of the man wearing the leather armor became much kinder, and he even called him little brother. After all, everyone knew that the life of a loose cultivator was very difficult. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and gave Song Shuhang a metal card. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the card. After a quick look, he discovered that there was a metallic flower carved on it, as well as a golden ox head below. Huang Guanhua, leader of the heavy metal squad. Code name, Taurus. We are a squad specialized in bodyguarding, escorting, treasure hunting, demanding the payment of debts, and so on. We are the most professional experts on the scene. Telephone number, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk 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 asterisk, email, asterisk 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 asterisk.
Is this a business card?
Little brother, if you need something, remember to contact us. We are professionals, in every sense of the word. The man wearing the leather armor gave the thumbs up with a complacent look on his face. Aha, sure, sure. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Soon after, he operated the driving force formation on the spacesuit and quickly fluttered toward the moon. As they were leaving, they could still hear the screams of the two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. Of course, it was nothing more than an auditory hallucination, because their screams couldn't possibly travel through vacuum. A squad specialized in demanding payment. Song Shuhang put the business card away. Perhaps if the remuneration was good and the pay was on time, he could happily cooperate with this squad of muscular men. Those were some scary professionals, Yu Jiaojiao summarized. Song Shuhang nodded in agreement and asked, Jiaojiao, did you leave a mark on that pitch-black flying sword in the end? Don't worry, it was a success, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. The mark I left is well hidden, and I can guarantee that the opposite party won't find it. Song Shuhang was relieved. Those 15 muscular men didn't seem like those demonic cultivators that completely disregarded the lives of humans. From the looks of it, they would release the two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect as long as they got their spirit stones back. If that was the case, those two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect would surely look for something, or someone, to let out their pent-up anger. Song Shuhang felt that he was a pretty good outlet to release their anger. If the two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect were to successfully shake off the 15 stout men, there was an 80% probability, if not higher, that they would look for Song Shuhang. Therefore, he had to prepare against them. Thus, he told Yu Jiaojiao to leave a mark on the flying sword so that it could act as a signal. If the two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect were to chase after Song Shuhang's group, they would be able to detect them and prepare for the battle. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 20 minutes later. Song Shuhang relied on the driving force formation engraved on the spacesuit and slowly headed toward the moon together with the space capsule. Just as he was fluttering, Song Shuhang thought of something. he was thinking of that burgundy good. That was Venerable White's disposable flying sword, and there was a burgundy good above it. Wait a moment, it can't be that thing, right? Song Shuhang recalled a certain event. Perhaps the burgundy good was related to it. The matter Song Shuhang thought of happened on July 6th. That day, Tubo invited him over to his grandfather's home. After destroying the resentful ghosts left behind by Altar Master's small local organization with Senior Brother Three Realms' help, Song Shuhang suffered a surprise attack from branch leader Jingmo and another guy called Daoist Half Good. At the time, Song Shuhang relied on the lethal weapon Venerable White left to him, the Flying Sword Launcher 013 edition, and used it to launch a disposable Flying Sword 004 edition, killing that guy called Daoist Half Good in the process. After stabbing Daoist Half Good's body, the disposable Flying Sword 004 edition shot toward the sky, rushing into space and disappearing without leaving traces. If he remembered correctly, Daoist Half Good's good, which had the power to suck people inside it, was also burgundy. What a coincidence! Heck, is this possible that good is precisely the soul-devouring demonic good? Can there really be such a coincidence? From what Song Shuhang remembered, Daoist Half Good's good was only a treasure of the 4th stage rank. On the other hand, this soul-devouring demonic good was even able to attract the attention of 5th stage spiritual emperors, causing them to madly chase after the sword light. Is it just a coincidence, or did Daoist Half Good's good undergo a mutation while it was in space? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. From the looks of it, there was a 50% chance, or higher, that the soul-devouring demonic good was precisely Daoist Half Good's burgundy good. Is it possible that there is some fate between this good and me? However, I'm not lacking magical treasures right now. Aside from its cool ability to suck people inside it, that burgundy good didn't have what good use. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. According to a certain saying, fate had the power to bring people that were thousands of miles apart together. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yinu's lovely voice was transmitted beside his ear. Careful, there is a sword light in the front coming over here. Song Shuhang opened his eyes and glanced forward. Sure enough, a flying sword that had Venerable White's aura on it was quickly rushing toward his position. The faintly visible burgundy good was glowing. Sheet, is it really coming toward me? However, it was heading toward him at the wrong time. It wasn't that Song Shuhang didn't like magical treasures. Even if the rank of the treasure was lower, who wouldn't want it if it was directly delivered to one's doorstep? Let alone this burgundy good that even cultivators of the 5th stage were madly chasing. However, the problem was precisely that group of cultivators that was closely following the burgundy good. There was a huge number of people behind the good making threatening gestures and yelling. It felt as though they were going to destroy everything blocking their path. When some of them saw Song Shuhang standing in front of the burgundy good, killing intent flashed through their eyes. If the burgundy good were to fall into Song Shuhang's hands, these cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage would surely skin him alive. Actually, even if the burgundy good were to just fly above his head, it would be still over for Song Shuhang. That was because he would be trampled to death. Although several people in the group were using flying swords or other treasures that allowed flight, there were still a lot of strong men using magical shoes and madly dashing about in space with their legs. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to get trampled. It was something that could definitely kill people. And if one were to get trampled by this group of cultivators, the mortality rate would increase of at least 300 times. Therefore, Song Shuhang had to avoid the burgundy good at all costs. Song Shuhang knew his limits quite well. If he wanted to come out of this alive, he absolutely couldn't touch the burgundy good unless a 7th stage venerable was here to back him up. Therefore, Song Shuhang operated the driving force formation on the spacesuit with all his might and got away from the burgundy good, moving to one side. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After seeing that Song Shuhang was moving to one side and wasn't planning to fight for the soul-devouring demonic good, those cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage that were closely chasing after the good heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, one of the cultivators in the group, an old man, suddenly jumped up and activated a magical disc. Ah! Guys, get ready and quickly seize the good. Now, look at my powerful seal, the Mount Tai seal, the old man roared. In the group, 7 cultivators immediately accelerated and surpassed the rest. They were the companions of the old man. The old man brandished the magical disc and a sealing ray shot out of it. Just as the old man was using the sealing technique to hold the sword light back, his 7 companions would seize the opportunity to snatch away the good and quickly leave the area. The sealing ray was extremely fast and chased after the sword light at high speed. Old bastard, don't even think about it. That good is mine. I'll kill whoever tries to snatch it. A little spiritual emperor with only 3 dragon patterns dares to be this arrogant? Then, under the vision of the group of cultivators, it was unknown what happened to the sealing ray, but it suddenly curved and flew past the soul-devouring demonic good, heading towards Song Shuhang, who was on one side, trapping him inside the seal. Mount Tai's pressure weighed down on his head. Heavy, heavy, heavy. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, The Red-Haired Spiritual Emperor. Chapter 509, The Red-Haired Spiritual Emperor. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. It was literally a mountain of pressure, just as though Mount Tai itself was pressing down on him. But why did the Mount Tai seal end up sealing his body? After all, the old man should still be a powerhouse of the 4th or 5th stage. No matter how blind he was, it should be impossible for him to hit the wrong target with the sealing technique, right? Was it intentional then? Yeah, that must be it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Of course, the old man didn't do it on purpose. Since the speed of the sword light was too fast, he used a technique to lock its aura, executing the Mount Tai seal immediately after. But what he locked onto earlier was obviously the aura of the sword light. He also didn't know why the ray of the seal had suddenly curved and hit Song Shuhang's body. The old man was likewise dumbfounded and had no idea what was happening. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang was unaware that the old man had used an aura-locking technique. Otherwise, he could have more or less guessed the reason the ray hit him. The sword light carrying around the good was one of Venerable White's disposable flying swords, and thus had his aura. On the other hand, Song Shuhang also had with him the 10,000-mile flying escape technique Senior White gave him, which also happened to have his aura. Therefore, after the old man used the aura-locking technique and launched the Mount Tai seal, there was a 50-50 chance that it would hit either Song Shuhang or the sword light. Both Song Shuhang and sword light were considered as potential targets of the sealing technique. Perhaps because Song Shuhang's original Dao name was also stressed by a mountain of books, the Mount Tai seal's favorable impression of him increased by 1 point and thus decided to head toward him. Under the pressure of Mount Tai itself, Song Shuhang's bones started making crackling noises, and he felt as though his whole body was being flattened. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Damn it, the Mount Tai seal that I took so much time to prepare. The old man almost exploded with anger and roared, if not for that brat appearing out of nowhere, I would have already sealed the good on the sword light. Bastard! Just as the Mount Tai seal fell on Song Shuhang's body, the plan of the old man and his companions failed. His companions sprinted forward for nothing, and their relationship was also exposed. The several nearby cultivators started to secretly take precautions against them. The old man and his companions tried to gain an unfair advantage only to end up worse off. The sword light was still carrying the soul-devouring demonic good forward, its speed as fast as before. The large group of cultivators kept chasing after it in a frenzy. The old man and his several companions gritted their teeth and decided to keep chasing after the flying sword as well. As for that kid that was sealed by the Mount Tai seal by mistake, the old man had no intention of wasting time to save him. The fact that he didn't go over to give Song Shuhang a few kicks was merciful enough. At this time, the most important thing was to keep chasing after the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic good. Who had the time to waste on seals and whatnot? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just in this fashion, the group of powerful cultivators swiftly passed by Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's body bore the huge pressure of the Mount Tai seal and was pushed downward. Of course, the concept of a directions was non-existent in space. It was just Song Shuhang's mind feeling as though he was being pushed downward. Song Shuhang used all his strength and asked, "Jiao Jiao, can you untie this seal? It's a seal of the 5th stage rank." "It would take me several days to untie it," Yu Jiaojia replied. "By the time I'm done untying the seal, it would probably lose its power and disappear on its own." The only purpose of the Mount Tai seal was to slow down the speed of the flying sword transporting the soul-devouring demonic good. It wasn't anything like those seals that could last for hundreds or thousands of years. There was no need to break it since one only had to wait for around 3 or 4 days for the spiritual energy inside to deplete and the seal to disappear. In other words, there is no difference whether the seal is destroyed or not. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Time flew by. It had been already more than 3 hours since the Mount Tai seal had sealed Song Shuhang. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to practice in the proximity of the moon and temper his body to strengthen his constitution. But now, he was unable to do anything. Due to the pressure of the Mount Tai seal, he couldn't even move a finger. His body was pressed flat, and his bones were on the verge of breaking. While sealed, Song Shuhang subconsciously thought of operating the 33 Divine Beasts technique and use his true qi to resist the pressure generated by the seal. But just as he tried to operate his true qi, the true qi inside his sea of qi dantian and dragon tail dantian started to surge up, and a stabbing pain was transmitted from his dantian. When he ate the sheep-type spirit beast crystal during his dream back then, the true qi inside his dantian had increased to the point of bursting. He had 2 options now. He could either wait for several months and allow his body to slowly adapt and absorb the true qi that came from the spirit beast crystal, or strengthen his constitution, allowing his body to accommodate the extra quantity of true qi. But his true qi wasn't the only problem, there was also the mental energy located between his eyebrows. In the instant he operated his true qi, he felt a stabbing pain in his head as well. Therefore, Song Shuhang immediately stopped operating the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But if he couldn't defend against the terrifying pressure of the Mount Tai seal, his whole body would crumble under its pressure. The skin on his body had started cracking. The cracks were the same as the ones that appear on pottery. Very soon, Song Shuhang's whole body was covered with blood. "Open your mouth and eat this medicine." Yu Jiaojiao's voice was transmitted at this time. Yu Jiaojia was also affected by this seal of the 5th stage rank, but she was much better off than Song Shuhang. She felt her body a bit heavy, but the seal wasn't strong enough to injure her. Fairy Firefly had arranged a defensive formation on the space capsule earlier. Therefore, the effects of the Mount Tai seal were much weaker on it. Li Yinju was also a cultivator of the 4th stage realm. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of such a seal. On the other hand, Chu Chu was immobilized by the strength of the seal and couldn't move. But due to the protection of the space capsule, aside from feeling her body very heavy and being unable to move, she didn't need to worry about getting injured. Yu Jiaojia placed the medicinal pill inside Song Shuhang's mouth. It was a pretty good wound-treating medicinal pill that could be taken orally. The pill melted in Song Shuhang's mouth, and the strength of the medicine spread to each corner of his body, starting to heal his wounds. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "Will I have to keep taking medicinal pills for the whole duration of the seal?" Yu Jiaojia replied, "There seems to be no other way for now." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Suffering the pressure of the Mount Tai seal, getting injured, taking a medicinal pill, slowly recovering his wounds. This cycle kept repeating over and over again. At this time, Song Shuhang's mouth was full of a bitter taste. After all, a good medicine always tasted bitter. Even if these medicinal pills belonged to the world of cultivators, they still had a very bitter taste. "I feel that there is no difference between a salted fish and me at this time," Song Shuhang said. He needed to work out a bit. At this time, he couldn't move a finger and was thus unable to use the basic Buddhist fist technique. He couldn't use the true self-meditation scripture and 33 divine beasts technique either because he would explode if he were to do so. Under these circumstances, he could only use one cultivation technique. The immovable body of the Buddha. It was a supplementary body tempering technique that could strengthen the defense of one's body. While practicing this technique, he didn't need to move around like he had to with a fist technique. He could use it even while being perfectly still. Through the immovable body of the Buddha, he could absorb the energy inside his body and use it to strengthen his constitution. It was the only thing that Song Shuhang could do at this time. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Another 3 hours later. Song Shuhang felt that his constitution had strengthened quite a bit. Under the pressure of the Mount Tai seal, his body was continuously wounded and restored. If we add the tempering effects of the immovable body of the Buddha, the strength of his constitution could only rise. Perhaps he could strengthen his constitution until it could withstand his current level of true qi and mental energy while he was inside the Mount Tai seal for these several days, saving him from this dangerous situation where his body could explode at any moment. Whenever there was great pressure, there would be great motivation as well. The larger the pressure, the larger the latent capacity that human beings could bring forth. This time, I might have profited from this misfortune. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yinu's voice was transmitted beside his ear. Careful, there is someone coming in this direction. Song Shuhang immediately stopped practicing the immovable body of the Buddha and moved his eyes, looking toward a distant place. He saw a fiery red dot of light quickly approaching from a distant place. The fiery red light was extremely quick, and it arrived in front of Song Shuhang after a few breaths of time. It was a man with red hair and red beard. The robe he was wearing was also red, just like the hacking blade he was holding in his hands. He was red all over his body. Spiritual energy was surging on the body of the opposite party. He didn't bother hiding his cultivation. The man standing before their eyes was a respectable fifth-stage spiritual emperor. "I finally found you," the red-haired man said with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the Mount Tai seal that was covering Song Shuhang's body, shouting, "Break!" The spiritual energy surged and clashed against the Mount Tai seal. At this time, the Mount Tai seal had changed into the shape of a golden bell and had tightly wrapped Song Shuhang's body. The red-haired man was precisely eliminating this outer layer of the seal. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Yu Jiajiao asked, "Shuhang, is he a friend of yours?" "I don't know him," Song Shuhang replied. He was also confused. He had never met this red-haired man before. Such being the case, why had the opposite party come to this place and started removing the Mount Tai seal on his body? Moreover, it didn't seem as though the opposite party was casually passing by, it seemed that this man had been specifically looking for him. Song Shuhang had no idea as to what this red-haired man had in mind. Since he didn't know if the opposite party was a friend or foe, it was better to take some precautions against him. Song Shuhang slowly moved his hand toward his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiajiao also started to secretly prepare a defensive technique, quietly accumulating her strength and waiting to enter into action. A minute later. Crack! The Mount Tai seal was brutally smashed to pieces. Song Shuhang immediately felt his body become light. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Unfortunately, there was currently no time to enjoy it. Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and put it inside the size-reducing purse, grabbing the silver dragon puppet. Yu Jiajiao also carefully looked at the red-haired man. "Hee, you're rather attentive," the red-haired man said with a smile. Then, he stretched his hand toward Song Shuhang and made a grabbing motion, saying, "But what's the point? Do you really think you can escape from me?" Just as the red-haired man stretched his hand out and made that grabbing motion, a big red-colored hand appeared in the void, completely covering Song Shuhang's body. It was obviously one of the techniques of the red-haired man. "Vast Sea, protect me and turn the mighty waves into my defense," Yu Jiajiao shouted, and her small claws danced in the air. Soon after, a light blue shield appeared before Song Shuhang's body, blocking the incoming red-colored hand. Just as the big hand and the shield bumped into each other, the light blue shield started crumbling. "It's the right time, let's quickly run away!" Yu Jiajiu shouted. The opposite party was a 5th stage spiritual emperor, and they didn't have any chance of succeeding if they were to fight him head-on. Song Shuhang quickly took out the silver dragon puppet and activated it. Afterward, he tightly held onto the space capsule and jumped on the back of the dragon. "Get away from here as quickly as possible." Song Shuhang operated the silver dragon puppet. The eyes of the silver dragon lit up. Next, it changed into a silver light, quickly disappearing to a distant place. "A puppet capable of flight," the red-haired man said with a smile. Flying puppets had a pretty good speed while compared to cultivators of the 4th stage, but they were far from enough to deal with a cultivator of the 5th stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Can you give me face and let this little friend go? Chapter 510, Can you give me face and let this little friend go? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the red-colored hacking blade and rode it, chasing after Song Shuhang. The way he was riding the flying sword was rather unusual. He didn't step on it like other cultivators. Instead, he grabbed the red-colored hacking blade with his hands and allowed it to pull him along. The hacking blade whizzed forward, and the red-haired spiritual emperor holding onto it also shot forward like an arrow. The peculiar position he used to ride the flying sword was something he had come up with after some research. It was the position that allowed him to bring out his full speed. It was the most aerodynamic pose according to the fluid dynamics branch of physics. While he was chasing after Song Shuhang, the corner of the red-haired spiritual emperor's mouth rose as he muttered, "I wasn't mistaken about it, his body has the same aura as that sword light." This red-haired spiritual emperor was one of the cultivators chasing after the soul-devouring demonic good earlier. When the old man used the Mount Tai seal back then, the red-haired spiritual emperor realized through his keen senses that the aura on Song Shuhang's body was somewhat similar to the one present on the sword light. In that case, was there some relationship between the sword light and this boy? Perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence that the sword light made a circle while flying and headed toward that boy. Maybe that boy has some treasure with him that is related to the sword light. That might be the reason the sword light carrying the soul-devouring demonic good approached him on its own. The red-haired spiritual emperor guessed. Perhaps the key to the soul-devouring demonic good was precisely on the body of that youth. Thereupon, the red-haired spiritual emperor quietly separated from the group of cultivators chasing after the sword light. After taking a roundabout route, he arrived in front of Song Shuhang and decided to destroy the Mount Tai seal weighing down on his body. His objective was that treasure in Song Shuhang's possession related to the sword light. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. That guy is chasing after us, and the speed of the silver dragon puppet isn't fast enough to shake him off. He will quickly catch up to us, Song Shuhang said after glancing backward. Yu Jiajiao said, "Do you still have something up your sleeve?" Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "I have a few talismans, but they are all of the 4th stage rank." Talismans of the 4th stage weren't of much use against a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Yu Jiajiao said, "In that case, should we surrender?" Aha! The laughter of the red-haired spiritual emperor was transmitted from behind. The distance between the two parties had sharply reduced. Soon after, the red-haired spiritual emperor bent his finger and flicked it, shooting out 2 streams of sword chi. Yu Jiajiao quickly executed a magical technique and created a shield. Since the moment she had gotten on the back of the silver dragon puppet, she had been secretly accumulating her strength to execute this defensive magical technique. The shield she created was able to block one of the 2 streams of sword chi. The other stream still headed toward Song Shuhang, ready to chop him up. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and grabbed the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Inverted Scale Saber Technique, Dragon Scale Style. When the saber technique was unleashed, the saber chi turned into a true dragon that surrounded Song Shuhang's group, protecting them. At the same time, Song Shuhang spat blood from his mouth. He needed to use his true chi to operate the inverted scale saber technique, and his current situation was so bad that his body could explode at any time. For this reason, he suffered a backlash as soon as he used the saber technique. Rip! The dragon scale style and the sword chi of the red-haired spiritual emperor clashed against each other. The dragon scale style was shattered to pieces with one blow of the sword chi. The difference in strength between the two parties was too much. It wasn't something that a mere saber technique could make up. After smashing the dragon scale style, the strength of the sword chi of the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't diminish in the least as it headed toward Song Shuhang's body. But right at this time, the dazzling ray of light of a defensive formation was emitted from Song Shuhang's spacesuit. In the next moment, a burst of repulsive strength spread from the spacesuit. After hitting Song Shuhang's spacesuit, the sword chi was unexpectedly rebounded. These were the effects of the defense fairy Firefly arranged on the spacesuit earlier. The main purpose of the defense was to protect Song Shuhang in case he bumped into meteorites or something similar while flying toward space. At the crucial moment, the repulsive strength helped Song Shuhang block the sword chi. I didn't need to use an armor talisman, Song Shuhang muttered. Ring, ring, ring tilde, but right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. Yu Jiajiao said, Shuhang, someone is calling you. I don't have the time to answer the phone at this moment. Song Shuhang operated the silver dragon puppet with all his strength and fled for his life. At the same time, he used the corner of the eye to glance back at the red-haired spiritual emperor. The chance they had to shake off the opposite party was less than 10%. It was uncertain what would happen next. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. That kid has several treasures. The corner of the red-haired spiritual emperor's rose. The strength of the sword chi he used earlier was only of the 4th stage. He wasn't planning to kill Song Shuhang. His objective was to capture him alive. However, he hadn't expected that his 2 streams of sword chi of the 4th stage rank would be both blocked. Under normal circumstances, he would have played with such an interesting kid a bit more. But now, I don't really have the time to play with you. The red-haired spiritual emperor operated the hacking blade once again, increasing the speed of the flying sword by 3 times. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Song Shuhang's silver puppet dragon. You can't escape from me, kid, the red-haired spiritual emperor said in a grave tone. Then, he made another grabbing motion with his hand. To deal with Song Shuhang and the 4th stage innate Yu Jiajiao, the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't even need to use magical techniques, his hand alone was enough. This time, Song Shuhang had no means to block the big hand of the opposite party. The silver dragon puppet and the space capsule were both seized by it. Song Shuhang and the others had been captured. Actually, it was Song Shuhang's first time being captured by an enemy. It was a new and refreshing feeling. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Hee, I told that you had no chance of escaping. The red-haired spiritual emperor grinned after capturing Song Shuhang. Then, he stretched his hand out and activated a spherical barrier-type magical treasure, confining Song Shuhang within it. The insides of the spherical barrier-type magical treasure were filled with air. Therefore, the sound of the phone ringing was transmitted from Song Shuhang's body. Ring, ring, ring tilde. Song Shuhang calmed down and asked, Senior, why did you capture me? Since he had been captured already, he might as well ask why the opposite party had done so. After all, it was impossible that he had decided to capture him just because he found him unpleasant or something of the sort, right? Actually, Song Shuhang wasn't worried about his life or safety. Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique was a very strong life-saving trump card. The red-haired spiritual emperor strangely smiled and said, Hee, I need something that is on your body. Ring, ring, ring tilde. The ring of the phone interrupted the words of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The red-haired spiritual emperor continued after the pause, I need something that is on your body. That thing is. Ring, ring, ring tilde. The red-haired spiritual emperor. Senior, can I answer the phone first? Song Shuhang said as he took out his phone. After looking at the screen, he discovered that it was a call from Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It was actually Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Before Song Shuhang set out, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said that he would contact him and bring him to explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue after he had arrived in space. Therefore, he gave Song Shuhang his number so that they could stay in touch. Song Shuhang hadn't expected to receive his call so quickly. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, hello. Song Shuhang answered the phone. Shuhang thought that the red-haired spiritual emperor would make him hang up. He didn't expect that the opposite party would actually let him answer the phone. The calm voice of a man was transmitted from the other end of the phone. Little friend Shuhang, are you in space already? Senior, yes. Fairy Firefly sent me to space today, Song Shuhang replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, where are you now? Have you reached the moon already? If you are there already here, look for me. My coordinates are XXEXX. About that. I fear I won't be able to meet you, Senior. I was captured, Song Shuhang replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Who captured you? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked. I don't know him, but he's a 5th stage spiritual emperor. He has red hair, red beard, and a red Daoist robe, Song Shuhang said. I have never heard of such a spiritual emperor, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Little friend Shuhang, put the phone on speakerphone mode and let me have a chat with him. Sure, Senior. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the red-haired spiritual emperor, putting the phone on speakerphone. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue voice was transmitted from the phone. Fellow Daoist, my name is 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. I wanted to ask you something. How has this little friend offended you? Song Shuhang was the first one to reply. I haven't ever seen him before. How can I have offended him? The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a moment and said, this kid has indeed not offended me. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, such being the case, can you give me face and let this little friend go? If you do that, I'll turn a blind eye to everything that happened. PFFF the red-haired spiritual emperor laughed and said, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a while but couldn't think of any famous person in the world of cultivators that went by the name of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. A guy he had never heard of was unexpectedly putting on airs in front of him. He even said that he would return a blind eye to everything that happened. Just hearing these words was enough to put someone in a bad mood. Moreover, even if the opposite party was an old senior of the world of cultivators, the red-haired spiritual emperor wasn't afraid of him. After all, he only had to snatch the soul-devouring demonic good and flee. The space was so big, what were the chances of not finding a good place to hide? At the time, he would hide in a safe place for 100 or so years and wait until his cultivation had advanced to the 6th stage true monarch realm. Afterward, he could finally move unhindered in the world. Song Shuhang said with a smile, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the opposite party said that your face isn't worth much and asked why he should give you any. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue coughed and said, you didn't recognize me? The red-haired spiritual emperor ignored Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and said to Song Shuhang, kid, hang up the phone. Song Shuhang said, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I have to hang up, goodbye. Afterward, he obediently switched the phone off. Then, he raised his head and looked at the red-haired spiritual emperor once more. At this time, there was a hint of compassion in Song Shuhang's eyes. This guy had offended Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Kid, I don't care about your background. Obediently hand over that treasure, the red-haired spiritual emperor said in a grave tone. Although he wasn't afraid of that senior the opposite party talked to on the phone, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. That senior said he was currently on the moon. He was pretty close to their position and might come over very quickly. He didn't have much time. What treasure? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. He had several treasures with him. How could he know which treasure the other party wanted? Don't play dumb. If you want to leave this place alive, immediately hand over that treasure that can attract the soul-devouring demonic good and the sword light, the red-haired spiritual emperor said coldly. He wasn't really a bloodthirsty person. If Song Shuhang cooperated, he would at most seriously injure him and let him go. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as the red-haired spiritual emperor was interrogating Song Shuhang, in the depths of the space, the sword light of a disposable flying sword rushed in Song Shuhang's direction as though it had been attracted by something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, What a Tragedy. Chapter 511, What a Tragedy. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The red-haired spiritual emperor was waiting for Song Shuhang to hand over the treasure just to seriously injure him afterward. At the time, the seriously injured Song Shuhang would become a drag for the seemingly respected senior seventh cultivator of true virtue, giving the red-haired spiritual emperor the opportunity to flee. The treasure on my body capable of attracting the soul-devouring demonic good? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said honestly, would you believe me if I were to say that I don't have such a treasure with me? What Song Shuhang said was the truth, but sometimes, no one would believe it. Kid, my patience is limited. The red-haired spiritual emperor stroked the hacking blade and said coldly, I'll give you another opportunity. But if you still refuse to hand over the treasure, don't blame me for being heartless. A person had 4 limbs, therefore, he could give Song Shuhang a total of 4 opportunities to reply. Actually, perhaps he could give him 5 opportunities since he was a man. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and pondered. If there was something on his body that was related to the disposable flying sword, it was probably Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique, since they were manufactured from the same person. Should I give the small wooden box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique inside to the opposite party? Venerable White's exploration team had temporarily come out of the ancient ruins and was recuperating from the injuries. If the red-haired spiritual emperor activated the 10,000-mile flying escape technique just to fly to Venerable White's side, it would be quite an interesting turn of events, wouldn't it? But it wasn't a good thing to do. After all, the 10,000-mile flying escape technique was Song Shuhang's trump card to maintain his life, as well as the only way he had to leave space and return home. If he were to hand it over, he would have a lot of trouble returning home 1 month later. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the red-haired spiritual emperor suddenly froze. Soon after, he looked outside the spherical barrier-type magical treasure with an excited expression on his face. The red-haired spiritual emperor had also entered the spherical magical treasure in order to interrogate Song Shuhang. And it was precisely because he was inside the magical treasure that he was able to hear Song Shuhang's phone ringing, as well as Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's voice when the speakerphone was on. As for Yu Jiaojiao, she was able to hear the ring phone because she was inside the safety helmet of the spacesuit. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor noticed that there was a sword light flying at high speed outside the magical treasure. The sword light was the same sword light that was carrying the soul-devouring demonic good earlier. The aura was the same, there was no mistake about it. He had been searching high and low for something just to find it when least he expected it. The red-haired spiritual emperor laughed wildly and said, even the heavens are helping me. The brat said that he didn't have any treasure that could attract the sword light, but now, the sword light had come over on its own. In the end, the treasure would finally fall into his hands. Since the soul-devouring demonic good was delivering itself at his doorstep, he would gladly accept it. On the other hand, where did that group of cultivators that was chasing after the soul-devouring demonic good go? Was the sword light able to cast them off? It's not the time to think about this trivial matters. The most important thing to do right now is to intercept the sword light. The silhouette of the red-haired spiritual emperor flashed and appeared outside the magical treasure. At the same time, the golden core inside his body shone. It was a golden core with 4 dragon patterns, an average one amongst the ones cultivators could have. The energy of the golden core gathered and turned into 4 mysterious lights of different colors that materialized above the head of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The number of these colored mysterious lights was the same as the number of the dragon patterns on his golden core. The mysterious lights above the heads of golden core cultivators weren't there only for show. Each colored light could increase the strength of the magical techniques and attacks of the owner by 10%. As a consequence, 4 mysterious lights could increase the strength of the attacks of the red-haired spiritual emperor by 40%. The red-haired spiritual emperor prepared to get into action. No wonder all the immortals in legends had mysterious lights above their heads.
Is this the reason?
Song Shuhang muttered to himself while inside the magical treasure. At the same time, he also shot a glance at the approaching sword light. Was the disposable flying sword really attracted to him, and did it come here for that reason? If that was really the case, the disposable flying sword might be the key to get out of this situation. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Outside the barrier, the red-haired spiritual emperor formed a seal with his hands. His eyes were carefully looking at the approaching sword light. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind the distance between them. In the instant the sword light entered within a range of 1 kilometer, the eyes of the red-haired spiritual emperor lit up. Now is the time. He opened his mouth and spat 4 rings of fire toward the sword light in rapid succession. The 4 rings of fire had sealing properties. Just like the old man from before, the red-haired spiritual emperor wanted to seal the flying sword to reduce its speed. Afterward, he would quietly retrieve the treasure above. The rings of fire covered the sword light without fail. After it was sealed, the speed of the sword light decreased by 10 or so times and the light it was emitting also became dimmer, faintly revealing the shape of the treasure it was carrying. However, that treasure wasn't really looking like a good. But the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't think too much about it. It's a success! The red-haired spiritual emperor was delighted. His body moved and quickly shot toward the position of the sword light. But right at this moment, a stream of sword chi exploded from the sword light. The 4 rings of fire blocking the flying sword were immediately smashed to pieces. The red-haired spiritual emperor quickly stopped, and his heart trembled. The 4 rings of fire were the strongest sealing technique at his disposal. Unexpectedly, they weren't able to hold back the flying sword for even a second before getting torn to pieces. What was the rank of the attack unleashed by the sword light? However, the treasure was right before his eyes, and he couldn't give it up. I really want to see how many streams of sword chi can this sword light release, the red-haired spiritual emperor said with clenched teeth. The 4 mysterious lights above his head shone once more. Then, he formed another seal with his hands and used the fire ring sealing technique again. This time, he activated a diamond ring as well, using it in conjunction with the fire ring sealing technique. The diamond ring and the fire ring sealing technique flew out together. The disposable flying sword was randomly flying in space, without anyone controlling it. Therefore, the seals of the red-haired spiritual emperor were able to easily block it once more. The 4 rings of fire blocked the sword light. The diamond ring also tightly restrained it. Under the effects of the 2 seals, the speed of the sword light sharply fell. The red-haired spiritual emperor immediately seized the opportunity and dashed in the direction of the sword light. He only had to wait for the diamond and fire rings to take effect and retrieve the soul-devouring demonic good while the sword light was sealed. The spiritual energy on the diamond and fire rings surged, starting the sealing process. The sword light quickly dimmed. Aha! The soul-devouring demonic good is finally mine. The red-haired spiritual emperor stretched his hand out, preparing to seize the treasure on the sword light. But right at this time, he discovered that there was something wrong. Eh? Earlier, he was unable to see clearly the object above the sword light due to the dazzling light it was emitting. He could only see the indistinct shape of the treasure. But after the sword light was sealed, he saw the treasure above clearly. It wasn't the soul-devouring demonic good, but was instead one of those 1.5-ton air conditioners for domestic use. Was I tricked? Why is there an air conditioner on the sword light? Where is the soul-devouring demonic good? Just what is happening? Damn it, is it possible that it's a different sword light? No wonder no one was chasing after the sword light. There is actually more than one sword light roaming in space, damn it. The red-haired spiritual emperor understood what had happened. But why is there an air conditioner on the sword light? Isn't this the same as making fun of others? Who was so bored to send an air conditioner for domestic use into space? Was it a gift for aliens or something? Wait a moment, the air conditioner seems charred black. This goddamn conditioner is even broken. F*CK, F*CK. Additionally, the red-haired spiritual emperor finally saw the true body of the sword light. It was a very ordinary wooden sword, the type that had been carved without too much thought. But how could a mere wooden sword be so powerful and break his seals so easily? Just how strong was the cultivator that manufactured it that the wooden sword ended up producing such results? Just as the red-haired spiritual emperor was lost in thoughts, the body of the wooden sword lit up once again. In the next moment, the rings of fire binding its body started to crumble. Not good. The red-haired spiritual emperor had a bad premonition. He formed a seal with his hands and prepared to take the diamond seal and get away. But the sword chi was more terrifying than what he thought. 0.0001 seconds after the rings of fire were broken, his diamond ring magical treasure was likewise smashed to pieces by the sword chi. As you can well imagine, the heart of the red-haired spiritual emperor was in extreme pain. He had just lost a very valuable sealing-type magical treasure. Not only he was unable to get the good, but he even lost the diamond ring, suffering a great loss. However, it wasn't the time to cry over spilled milk. The sword chi exploded, and the sword intent that burst forth was terrifying. At this time, his body happened to be within the range of the sword chi. Damn it! Aya, the red-haired spiritual emperor roared again and again, and the four-colored mysterious lights above his head also shone continuously. He instantaneously created dozens of defensive barriers to protect himself and tried to get away as soon as possible. But even so, the attack of the wooden sword still left 3 deep wounds that reached the bones in his body. Blood flowed out and changed into drops that hovered in the void. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the wooden sword released the sword chi, its body changed into a sword light once more. Under the gloomy stare of the red-haired spiritual emperor, the wooden sword leisurely headed in Song Shuhang's direction. It's really coming toward me, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. After disassembling and carelessly ruining the air conditioner, Venerable White must have decided to dispose of it by sending it to space with the disposable flying sword 00 for addition. As the flying sword rushed forward, it bumped into the barrier-type magical treasure surrounding Song Shuhang. Re-yip! The precious spherical barrier-type magical treasure of the red-haired spiritual emperor was also smashed to pieces. Afterward, the disposable flying sword stopped and calmly hovered next to Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and tried to grab the disposable flying sword. The sword chi on the wooden sword wasn't trying to injure him. The mysterious flying sword Senior White manufactured could even recognize people. But Song Shuhang didn't have the time to think about these trivial matters. He grabbed the space capsule and turned over his body, jumping on the disposable flying sword. What better opportunity to run than this? Go! Song Shuhang pointed toward a distant place and shouted. Brat, stop immediately! The roar of the red-haired spiritual emperor was transmitted from the rear. He had already lost 2 valuable magical treasures, and now, this brat wanted to ride the strange wooden sword and run away. He had to seize that treasure on Song Shuhang's body capable of attracting these sword lights at all costs. The red-haired spiritual emperor roared and started chasing after Song Shuhang. Go, go, go! Song Shuhang shouted. But there was a problem. It seemed that the disposable flying sword 00 for addition had no intention of moving now that it had stopped. It felt as though arriving next to Song Shuhang's body was its final objective. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang turned his head around and shot a glance at the red-haired spiritual emperor that was quickly coming over. What a tragedy! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5:12, I'm seventh cultivator of true virtue. Chapter 5:12, I'm seventh cultivator of true virtue. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. What a tragedy! Song Shuhang didn't expect that the flying sword would suddenly stop moving. He hadn't contemplated this possibility at all. Song Shuhang was helplessly looking at the approaching red-haired spiritual emperor. He was sure that the guy would definitely cut off his four limbs to vent his anger. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand toward the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Was it already time to use his life-saving trump card? However, he was a little unwilling to do so. After all, he had just arrived in space with the intent to strengthen his constitution and explore that grave together with senior seventh cultivator of true virtue. But right at this time, Song Shuhang had a sudden idea. Wait a moment, perhaps I can use something else. Song Shuhang took 2 boxes out of the size-reducing purse. One was the box of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. It would automatically open a month later and bring Song Shuhang back home. But if he was in danger, Song Shuhang could pour his true qi into it and activate it, running to Venerable White's side ahead of time. The other box had a push button on it and was also one of Venerable White's products. It was the so-called Flying Sword Launcher 013 edition. It was a self-defense treasure that Venerable White gave to Song Shuhang when the latter went to Tubo's grandfather's home as a guest at the start of summer vacation. Song Shuhang could launch disposable flying swords through this gadget. With the help of this thing, Song Shuhang was able to kill Daoist half-good back then and send both him and the good to space. Song Shuhang's plan was to use the flying sword launcher to launch the disposable flying sword 00 for addition beneath his feet. If he could successfully launch the disposable flying sword, even a 5th-stage spiritual emperor would be injured. At the same time, Song Shuhang was also tightly holding the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. If he were to fail, he would activate it without second thought. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang kicked the air conditioner off the flying sword. Under the adrenaline rush, he was extremely quick even though he was wearing that cumbersome spacesuit. He held the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique under his armpit and used his hands to hastily load the disposable flying sword 00 for addition into the flying sword launcher. Afterward, he operated the true qi in his dantian and poured it into the flying sword launcher while resisting the stabbing pain. The flying sword launcher resonated with Song Shuhang. Soon after, a scope appeared in his eyes. Everything was proceeding flawlessly. Song Shuhang had already used this gadget once. Therefore, he was pretty skilled when it came to operating it. Song Shuhang aimed with the scope at the red-haired spiritual emperor, target locked. The preparations had been completed. Far off, the red-haired spiritual emperor felt a sense of crisis, and his body immediately stiffened. Eat my move! Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the button on the flying sword launcher 013 edition. At the same time, he tightly grabbed the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique with his other hand, ready to flee at any time. Wheeze! The disposable flying sword 00 for addition was successfully launched. After all, the 2 objects were part of one set. All of Venerable White's products were high-quality goods. The sword light shone, its speed extremely fast. The sword qi on the wooden sword was compressed and turned into a tiny ray of light. After its volume was reduced, its lethality increased by several times. Back then, Daoist half-good didn't even have the time to dodge the sword light before getting impaled and dying. However, the red-haired spiritual emperor wasn't Daoist half-good. The eyes of the red-haired spiritual emperor carefully looked at the sword light. At the same time, the 4 mysterious lights on his head suddenly increased in size. Damn it, this brat was really connected to the sword lights. However, he can only dream of stopping me with that sword light. The red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the hacking blade. Then, he stretched his right hand out and muttered an incantation. In the next moment, 6 magical formations overlapped right in front of him. Fire King Saber formation. The red-haired spiritual emperor shoved the blade inside the 6 overlapping formations, making the strength of the formations pour into the blade. Then, he held the hacking blade high and slashed out. A fiery red blade light shone in the void. The blade light was like a volcanic eruption, and the blazing aura it was emitting almost set the surroundings on fire. In the next moment, the disposable flying sword 00 for addition, which had turned into a sword light, and the blade light bumped into each other. There was no sound, but there was a blinding explosion of light. The unceasing explosion completely wrapped the body of the red-haired spiritual emperor. In the end, the small sword light of the disposable flying sword destroyed the huge volcano-like blade light of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The strength of the sword light didn't diminish and pierced through the radiance of the explosion, slashing toward the red-haired spiritual emperor. The power of the sword light was absolutely shocking. The disposable flying sword 00 for addition had been roaming in space for a very long time. Moreover, it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy when it released those 2 streams of sword chi earlier. But even then, it still had the power to defeat a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash.
Did he die?
Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. No idea. But we should take advantage of the opportunity and quickly get away from here, Yu Jiaojia replied. Song Shuhang grabbed the space capsule and operated the silver dragon puppet, ready to run away. But right at this time, a figure stepped out of the explosion of light. Brat, I'll kill you! The roar of the red-haired spiritual emperor directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. As expected, it wasn't so easy to kill a 5th stage spiritual emperor. At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor was in a rather pitiful state. His whole body was covered with wounds, without a single uninjured place. The dais robe he was wearing was also torn to pieces and turned into burning rags. Even his life-bound treasured blade was broken into 2 pieces. The losses he had suffered were very serious. All his magical treasures and talismans had been either destroyed or consumed in the process. He was left with nothing and had to rebuild everything anew. Actually, the red-haired spiritual emperor was rather lucky that the disposable flying sword 00 for addition had been roaming in space for a while and had consumed most of its energy. If Song Shuhang launched a brand new disposable flying sword, he would have surely died with his cultivation of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm with 4 dragon patterns. Brat, I'll cut you into pieces, the red-haired spiritual emperor roared as he gritted his teeth. He didn't need an answer from Song Shuhang anymore. It was quite obvious that the small box that launched the wooden sword was the treasure that could control the sword lights. As long as he could kill Song Shuhang and obtain the small box from him, he would get his hands on the soul-devouring demonic good. Only by getting his hands on the soul-devouring demonic good could he somewhat make up for all the losses he had suffered. The body of the red-haired spiritual emperor moved at high speed and quickly arrived in front of Song Shuhang, chopping at him with his blade. I didn't think that I would have to use the 10,000-mile flying escape technique so soon, Song Shuhang said as he held the wooden box in his right hand. He finished pouring the true chi inside the box earlier and could now escape at any time with a mere thought. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Stop! But right at this time, another voice echoed. This voice also directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. The voice was like the roar of a lion and made Song Shuhang's mind buzz. The 10,000-mile flying escape technique was interrupted. Next, a fist-sized object quickly came over from a distant place. Just as the angry red-haired spiritual emperor was about to chop Song Shuhang in 2 pieces, the fist-sized object jumped and interposed itself between the 2. Stop immediately, the fist-sized object said once more. Its voice directly echoed inside the minds of Song Shuhang and the red-haired spiritual emperor. Moreover, it felt as though the voice had strong mind-controlling properties. The wrathful attack of the red-haired spiritual emperor was likewise influenced by the voice, and the blade was unexpectedly forced to stop. The red-haired spiritual emperor clenched his teeth and said, "A magical technique capable of attacking the mind." The voice could attack the mind. Magical attacks of this type were rather strange, and it was virtually impossible to defend against them. At this time, Song Shuhang finally saw the creature that had interposed itself between him and the red-haired spiritual emperor. It was a lifelike jade-white lion of the size of a fist. The Jade White Lion said in human language, "Little friend Shuhang, you weren't injured, right?" "I'm fine, thanks," Song Shuhang said and nodded. This Jade White Lion should be Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's pet or magical treasure, right? The Jade White Lion also nodded and turned its body around, facing the red-haired Spiritual Emperor. The red-haired Spiritual Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" His voice directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. "I'm the same 7th Cultivator of True Virtue you talked to on the phone earlier." The Jade White Lion wagged its head in complacency and continued, "I'll say it again, give me face and leave now. If you do so, I'll turn a blind eye to everything that happened. After all, little friend Shuhang and I will explore a grave in a few days. Therefore, it's better not to kill people and avoid getting dyed in blood if possible." The expression of the red-haired Spiritual Emperor was gloomy. He grabbed his broken saber tightly and gritted his teeth. "Still here and not running away with all your might," the Jade White Lion said while licking its claws. The face of the red-haired Spiritual Emperor turned red. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy he could sense from the body of the Jade White Lion, he determined that it was a creature of the 4th stage realm at most. But what was the deal with it being so arrogant? Was it a bluff? "Running your sister," the red-haired Spiritual Emperor roared, seemingly out of control. He waved his broken blade, and the spiritual energy inside his body surged as he slashed forward. The blade light exploded and covered both the Jade White Lion and Song Shuhang. Just as the red-haired Spiritual Emperor waved his broken blade, the flaming tattoo on his back quietly separated from his body and changed into a small mass of fire that hid behind a nearby meteorite. Cultivators would die unless they had many skills, and the red-haired Spiritual Emperor just happened to be a man with many skills. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The Jade White Lion kept licking its claws and said, "Stupid enough to reject a face-saving offer." After saying this much, it patted down with its paw and said, "Summoning, the main body of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue." Just as the Jade White Lion patted down, something similar to a space gate suddenly appeared in the void. Soon after, a figure stepped out of the space gate. "Do you really not intend to give me face?" the figure muttered after making its appearance. Afterward, it raised its hand and used it as a weapon, gently chopping toward the red-haired Spiritual Emperor with it. As expected, they were playing dirty. The red-haired Spiritual Emperor snorted and rotated his broken blade, using it to ward off the incoming attack. Ding! The treasured blade and the palm collided. In the next moment, the palm of the figure shattered to pieces the treasured blade, just as though it was made of paper. The red-haired Spiritual Emperor was shocked. Even though the treasured blade was broken in two, it was still made from a very hard material and was a blade of the 5th stage rank. Wasn't it a bit too ridiculous that the opposite party could destroy it with their bare hands? Bang! After shattering the treasured blade, the palm of the figure didn't lose any of its strength and bumped into the forehead of the red-haired Spiritual Emperor. The gentle palm of the figure was much scarier than any blade. The red-haired Spiritual Emperor was sent flying by the impact, and a finger's breadth deep wound was left on his forehead, with blood crazily spurting out. His consciousness started to fade. "It's bad, I've offended a powerful person." Luckily, what he left behind was a substitute. Otherwise, it would have been really over for him. The red-haired Spiritual Emperor said while shivering, "Who are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 513, The Flame Substituting Technique and the Blade Dragging Technique. Chapter 513, The Flame Substituting Technique and the Blade Dragging Technique. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Ding tilde your friend Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is now online. I'm the main body of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The figure placed its hands behind the back and stood in the vacuum. Although it didn't do anything and just stood there, it made the onlookers feel as though all the surrounding space was continuously sinking. The figure smiled at the red-haired Spiritual Emperor, saying gently, "Fellow Daoist, can we have a proper chat now?" "Chat your sister." The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that his consciousness was about to fade, just like someone that was dying. Who would start chatting on the verge of death? Song Shuhang finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue, you arrived so quickly." Since he had yet to learn the secret sound transmission skill, Song Shuhang could only hope that the opposite party could read his lips while in space. Luckily, it wasn't difficult for people such as cultivators, who had very good eyesight, to read lips. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue faintly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. My clone just happened to be close by, looking for someone. After I locked your position through the coordinates, I told the clone to head in your direction at the fastest speed possible. Then, I summoned my main body here with its help." The jade white lion stretched its claw toward Song Shuhang and said, "Hello, little friend Shuhang. I'm 7th cultivator of true virtue's clone." Song Shuhang said gratefully, "Senior, you came just at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been forced to return to Earth. Little friend, you're welcome." After saying this much, Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue turned his head toward the red-haired spiritual emperor, saying, "Now then, how should we process this fellow Daoist?" "There is no need to process him. He is already dead." The jade white lion poked the body of the red-haired spiritual emperor and said, "He is thoroughly dead, both in body and soul." Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue shook his head and said, "4th cultivator of true virtue, you're mistaken. This fellow Daoist isn't dead. He used a very interesting substitution technique." "4th cultivator of true virtue?" Song Shuhang couldn't help but shoot a glance at the jade white lion. Did Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue just call the small lion 4th cultivator of true virtue? And there is that grave of Venerable 6th cultivator of true virtue as well. What is the relationship between them? At this time, Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue took a few steps forward and arrived in front of a meteorite in the back. "Fellow Daoist, stop hiding and come out so that we can chat." Deadly silence tilde. "Do you still refuse to give me face?" Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue held his chin and casually stretched out his finger. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged on his fingertip, aiming at the meteorite. Buzz, buzz, buzz tilde. "Aya! Spare me! Senior, spare me!" A mass of fire drilled out of the meteorite. The flames tumbled on the meteorite and changed into a fist-sized person made of fire. The appearance of this small person was the same as that red-haired spiritual emperor from before. The only difference was the size, which had been reduced by several times. There was no need to mention that the red-haired spiritual emperor was scared out of his wits at this time. "It's over. I'm really done for this time." Even my life-saving substitution technique was immediately seen through by this man. The difference in strength between the two of us is just too big. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue smiled and said, "Hee, the flame substituting technique. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this mysterious substitution technique once more 500 years later. If I hadn't experienced this technique already, perhaps you might have been able to run away from me, fellow Daoist." The jade white lion nodded its head and said, "So it was that technique. No wonder I didn't realize anything. 4th cultivator of true virtue, your cultivation is temporarily restricted to the 4th stage realm. So it's only normal that you didn't realize it," Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said in a gentle tone. His expression looked particularly kind as he spoke. "Anyway, fellow Daoist, do you want to live?" The red-haired spiritual emperor forced a smile and nodded. Of course he wanted to live. He had managed to condense a golden core with much difficulty, finally reaching his current realm after thousands of years of practice. Who would want to die after reaching this point? "In that case, let's make a transaction," Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said with a smile. "I want your flame substituting technique. Additionally, what do you excel at aside from that technique?" At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor felt like a little lamb brought to the butcher. As expected, the opposite party wanted his flame substituting technique. Therefore, he forced a smile and said, "Senior, aside from that, I'm good at fire-type sealing techniques. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had yet to reply when the Jade White Lion said, "Sealing techniques? Those aren't really useful. Don't you have something else a bit more special? Don't even try to hoodwink me with low-quality stuff." The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a moment and said, "I have a blade technique that can be combined with a supplementary formation. Its power is pretty good. Aside from that, my flying blade riding technique is also quite special." The flaming red-haired spiritual emperor didn't use his mouth to communicate with the opposite party. He directly spread his mental energy, reaching the same effect as a widespread secret sound transmission. The interest of the Jade White Lion was piqued as it asked, "You have a special flying blade riding technique? In which way is it special?" After hearing this much, Song Shuhang immediately thought about the posture of the red-haired spiritual emperor while was riding his hacking blade. At that time, he grabbed the blade with both hands and allowed it to pull him along. It was quite obvious that the posture was rather strange. Others would step on their flying swords while riding them, looking very cool. But when it was the red-haired spiritual emperor riding his blade, he looked like a pitiful person chained to a car, being dragged alongside it. The only difference was that he was flying. At this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue casually threw out a low-level magical blade and said to the red-haired spiritual emperor, "Fellow Daoist, can you fly a bit and show me?" The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that he was being humiliated. He wasn't part of a variety show or anything of the sort. He also had some dignity to protect. However, even though dignity was important, life was even more important. Thereupon, the red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the magical blade and obediently displayed his special flying blade riding technique for a while. After looking at his posture while riding the flying blade, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, "It's surely a very interesting riding technique. It's very suitable for beginners since they don't have to worry about standing on the sword and not falling. Its speed is also quite fast. It would be a pretty good riding technique for all those participating in the flying sword competition." The red-haired spiritual emperor forced a smile and said, "Thank you for the praise, Senior. It's settled then. I'll take the flame substituting technique and this special flying blade riding technique." "Right, does this technique have a name?" Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked. "It's called blade dragging technique," the red-haired spiritual emperor replied honestly. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, "The name isn't that cool, but it's very fitting nonetheless. In that case, I'll accept these two cultivation techniques and spare your life. Fellow Daoist, I have to admit that you are a rather straightforward person." "Straightforward, your sister? If not for the fact that your strength is way higher than mine, I would have chopped you into pieces in a fraction of a second." The red-haired spiritual emperor thought to himself. The corner of the Jade White Lion's mouth rose as it said, "7th Cultivator of True Virtue, he just cursed you in his heart. F***ck, I forgot that the Jade White Lion was specialized in mind techniques." The red-haired spiritual emperor roared inwardly. "It's all right. It's normal for his heart to be full of hate and anger. Fellow Daoist, if you hate me, you should practice hard. Someday in the future, once you have reached a high realm, you can look for me to take revenge. My Dao name is 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and I'm ready to welcome you at any time." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. His smile was like that of a benevolent god. The red-haired spiritual emperor felt as though he had just eaten dog excrements. Afterward, he quickly handed over his flame substituting technique and blade dragging technique to the opposite party. He didn't dare to pull any tricks with these two cultivation techniques. The strength of the man in front of him was much higher than his. If he were to tamper with the two techniques, the opposite party would surely notice. The transaction has been completed. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue received the two cultivation techniques and gently patted the red-haired spiritual emperor, saying, "I congratulate fellow Daoist for surviving. Anyway, it's time to part ways." The red-haired spiritual emperor was speechless. "Right, I'll stay on the moon for the next several hundred years in order to break through to the 8th stage realm. Once you're done with your practice and you have free time, you can look for me to take revenge, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. The red-haired spiritual emperor was speechless. If he is going to break through the 8th stage realm, isn't he already a frigging 7th stage venerable? The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that he had been quite lucky in the end. After all, he had managed to survive against a 7th stage venerable. But why had his eyes started to tear up? He was clearly a small clone of fire right now, and he shouldn't be capable of crying before returning to his previous form Tilda. Anyway, he would firmly remember the name 7th Cultivator of True Virtues for the rest of his life. The next time, he would absolutely make sure to give Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue face. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue took out an immortal boat. Song Shuhang, Yu Jiajiao, Li Yinju, and Chu Chu entered the immortal boat. On the other hand, the Jade White Lion didn't go with them. It turned its body around and disappeared in the vast starry sky. It seemed that it wanted to keep looking for the person it had been searching for earlier. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Little friend Shuhang, we'll head toward my immortal cave on the moon and rest a bit. I'll leave all the arrangements to you, Senior," Song Shuhang said. Soon after he said these words, he felt that his body was exhausted. After reaching space, he first met the attack of those disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. Next, he suffered the effects of the Mount Tai seal. At last, he met the red-haired spiritual emperor. Song Shuhang's trip to space had been full of twists and turns. But even today, he somewhat managed to survive. Little friend Shuhang, these are your spoils of war. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue turned his body around and gave a cultivation technique to Song Shuhang. It was the blade dragging technique. It was that peculiar flying blade riding technique that the red-haired spiritual emperor used. Song Shuhang. You don't like it? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Although the posture isn't too cool, the riding speed is quite fast, and the consumption of energy is also low. According to my calculations, if little friend were to learn and use this technique at full strength after reaching the 4th stage realm, it wouldn't be too difficult to run away from a cultivator of the 5th stage. Is it so strong? Song Shuhang said subconsciously. That's why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Now then, do you still want the blade dragging technique? Yes, I want it. Song Shuhang immediately took in his hands the flying blade riding secret technique. So what if the posture was ugly? The most important thing was to stay alive. In the worst case, he could learn a cool flying saber riding technique and use it to fly in ordinary times, and use the blade dragging technique whenever he was in danger and had to run for his life. Song Shuhang had yet to notice that he wasn't talking about learning cool flying sword riding techniques anymore. Perhaps our fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar had subconsciously lost all hope he had in regards to swords? As for that flame substituting technique, it's a secret technique of the 5th stage rank. It's a technique that can allow the user to escape death in critical times. Its effects are pretty good. Little friend Shuhang, look for me once you reach the 5th stage realm. I'll teach you the flame substituting technique at the time. Then, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added, but according to the rules of the 9 provinces number 1 group, one needs to pay a certain fee to gain the reward. Therefore, I'll make you pay a fee for the flame substituting technique at the time. Thank you, Senior, Song Shuhang said. However, it was still too early to think about the 5th stage realm. Senior, how much of a fee will I need to pay at the time to learn the technique? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Immortal Chef. Chapter 514, Immortal Chef. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said thoughtlessly, as for the price, I think that 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage should suffice. If we convert them into spirit stones of the 7th stage, it's only 100 spirit stones in total. It's a pretty good deal. 100 spirit stones of the 7th stage didn't seem that much. But if we were to convert them into spirit stones of the 4th stage, they would amount to 100,000. And if we convert them into spirit stones of the 3rd stage, they would amount to 1 million. Earlier, Song Shuhang saw that the seniors issued several small daily duties in the 9 provinces number 1 group's group space. The reward for these small duties was 7 or 8 spirit stones of the 2nd stage. Of course, these spirit stones were only a supplement. The real reward consisted of cultivation techniques, medicine pills, and other things of practical use. But if he were to convert them into spirit stones of the 2nd stage, those 100 spirit stones of the 7th stage would amount to whole 10 million stones. Song Shuhang felt that it would take him a lifetime to gather such a huge amount of spirit stones. Moreover, he already owed several spirit stones of the 4th stage to Venerable White. After seeing that Song Shuhang was in a daze, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile, "Shuhang, it seems you're earnestly thinking how to save money now." "Aha!" Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. "Jiaojiao, life is hard enough as it is." At the same time, Li Yinju snuck behind Song Shuhang and grabbed his clothes with her small hands. She was rubbing her eyes and had a sleepy expression on her face. Due to the cold disease affecting her body, she was constantly in a hibernation-like state. Sometimes, she would sleep for 3/4 of the day. After entering the immortal boat, Chu Chu found a place and sat down, starting to recover her strength. Earlier, the Mount Tai seal placed a huge burden on her body. While she was sealed, she had to constantly use her strength to resist the pressure of the seal. As a consequence, she was dead tired at this time. Afterward, they met that red-haired spiritual emperor. The pressure of the 5th stage emanating from the man made Chu Chu gasp for breath even though the space capsule separated them. Is this Mr. Song Shuhang's daily life? Is each day of his life so stimulating and stressful at the same time? Traveling to space and facing a 5th stage spiritual emperor was quite the thrill. The things that Chu Chu experienced when she ventured outside were nothing compared to it. Actually, since the moment she entered the space capsule and Fairy Firefly sent them to space, Chu Chu felt as though she was still in a dream and had yet to wake up. According to Chu Chu's estimations, if she could stay by Song Shuhang's side and experience these kinds of stimulating things each day, it wouldn't be long before her realm advanced by leaps and bounds. Because one could die at any moment if they weren't to give it their all while under pressure. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue snapped his finger, and one of the puppet waiters on the immortal boat brought Shuhang and the others some spirit green tea to relieve their fatigue. Next, Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said, "Right. Little friend Shuhang, I saw you mention in the group earlier that you wanted to strengthen your constitution. Is that correct?" "Yes, senior. Due to the whale swallowing technique and another unexpected event, the amount of mental energy and true qi in my body has far surpassed the maximum amount my constitution can withstand. Unless I immediately strengthen my constitution, my body might explode at any time," Song Shuhang said, somewhat depressed. He was forced to use his true qi once again during the battle with the red-haired spiritual emperor. Even now, he felt as though his dantian was filled to the point of bursting, and even his head was faintly aching due to the mental energy. Luckily, he managed to strengthen his constitution a bit while he was affected by the Mount Tai seal. Thanks to that, he was able to hold on reluctantly. "If you want to strengthen your constitution, I can provide you a good place to practice in my immortal cave on the moon," Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said. There are still 2 days left before the grave of Venerable 6th cultivator of true virtue opens. Therefore, you can make the best use of your time and strengthen your body within these 2 days. You must strengthen your constitution until it's not a drag anymore before we start exploring the grave. A good place where I can strengthen my constitution? What kind of place is it? Song Shuhang's interest was immediately piqued. His constitution not being strong enough was one of his major worries. No matter what kind of method it was, if it could quickly strengthen it, he was willing to give it a try. Of course, modifying his body and the likes were out of the question. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said, not long ago, True Monarch Yellow Mountain developed something called Gravity Regulator together with other people. It's something similar to a centrifugal machine and can increase the gravity 3 to 10 times. I ordered one, and it's now placed inside my immortal cave. In a while, I'll move the gadget out and place it in a room on the 16th underground floor of the immortal cave. In there is a large amount of mysterious matter, as well as special energy emitted from the moon. Both of them can strengthen the constitution of cultivators. You should try to cultivate there at a gravity 2 or 3 times higher than normal. The effect should be pretty good. Training with gravity? It sounds awesome. Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, Senior, have you tried it to see the effects? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shrugged his shoulders and said, It doesn't have any effect on me. Even if the gravity was 10 times higher than normal, I wouldn't feel anything if I were to enter the room and stand there. However, I've seen in anime and novels that people can train in places with increased gravity to strengthen their constitution. I feel that there must be some truth behind it. Anyway, give it a try and see how it goes. If it's effective, I can invite here the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group so that they can bring over their disciples to train. Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The immortal boat wasn't advancing at a fast speed. Therefore, it landed beside the immortal cave on the moon the next day in the wee hours of the morning. July 28th, Sunday. It was Sunday, and Song Shuhang's Dao name was Virtuous Cultivator. This Dao name gave Song Shuhang a strange feeling. Whenever the name was read aloud, it gave him the vibe of a good-hearted person that was ready to get friend-zoned. Therefore, Song Shuhang made up his mind and decided to remove this Dao name from the list in a few days. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave had several types of barriers and formations, gravity and oxygen were present as well, it was not different from Earth. After entering the immortal cave, both the spacesuit and the space capsule were placed on one side. Unknowingly, Li Yinju leaned against Song Shuhang and fell soundly asleep. On the other hand, Yu Jiajiao sat in meditation as soon as she entered the range of the moon. It seemed that she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to close up for a bit. The moonlight and the mysterious energy and matter released by the moon were very beneficial to monster cultivators. By practicing here, Yu Jiajiao would obtain double the results. To adjust to the time on the moon, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue arranged different rooms for Song Shuhang and the others and told them to rest first. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Early morning, 8 a.m. Since he was exhausted yesterday, Song Shuhang overslept a bit today. But in the next moment, a stabbing pain was transmitted from his lower abdomen. Something bumped into him and woke up him. The pain transmitting from his lower abdomen turned his stomach upside down. Who is it? Who suddenly attacked my lower abdomen this early in the morning? Song Shuhang immediately opened his eyes. Soon after, he discovered that a tender green onion with its upper part missing was cheerfully jumping around. I can feel it tilde, I can feel it tilde. This whole place is full of a special type of energy that makes me feel very comfortable. The energy is like an overflowing and endless stream. With that, I can quickly recover to my optimal condition and assume human form once again, the green onion that had now grown hands and feet said excitedly. Just as she was jumping around, she carelessly jumped on Song Shuhang's belly again, causing him to feel a stabbing pain once more. Only God knew how Lady Onion jumping around could create such a fearsome impact. Lady Onion, can't you wake me up in a less painful manner? Song Shuhang forced a smile and stretched out his hand, grabbing the enlightenment stone. Let me go, let me go. Let me absorb the energy in this place. I want to quickly assume human form again. Lady Onion shouted. Stop causing trouble. Song Shuhang squeezed Lady Onion in his pocket and said, if you keep causing trouble, I'll cut your newly growing green onion shoot. Lady Onion immediately calmed down. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just outside the room was Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's dining room. At this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was holding a newspaper in his hands and reading it with gusto. After seeing Song Shuhang appear, he smiled and said, "Good morning, little friend Shu Hang.
Did you sleep well last night?"
"Yes, Senior. I slept like a log until broad daylight," Song Shu Hang said.
"Are the others still sleeping?"
"Yes. Except for little friend Jiao Jiao, who is training, the other two girls are still sleeping," Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said.
"What do you want to eat for breakfast?"
"Anything is fine, Senior. At this time, I'm so hungry that I feel I can eat even a bull." Song Shu Hang rubbed his stomach. Due to the blessing of the whale swallowing technique, he was starving at this time, to the point that even his stomach was sour. "In that case, you might as well come over and try the cooking of my personal immortal chef. Perhaps little friend might obtain some extra benefits while enjoying the breakfast." Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue stood up and opened the sealed-up dishes on the dining table, revealing the delicious food inside.
"Immortal chef?"
Song Shu Hang immediately thought of Immortal Fairy Bi Shue's immortal feast and said, "Just like Immortal Fairy Bi Shue?" Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Yes, something of the sort. Of course, my personal immortal chef isn't nearly as skilled as Immortal Fairy Bi Shue. However, the taste of the dishes is still excellent. In that case, I'll be impolite." Song Shu Hang had seen the seniors in the group talk about how delicious and incredible the food at Immortal Fairy Bi Shue's immortal feast was several times. Now then, how would the dishes prepared by Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's personal immortal chef taste? Song Shu Hang raised his chopsticks and stretched them out toward a plate with something that resembled beefsteak inside. He was starving and felt that the big chunk of meat might help alleviate his hunger. The big chunk of beefsteak was delicious yet not greasy, and felt as though it was melting in his mouth. Moreover, he didn't know whether it was just his misconception, but when he swallowed down the beefsteak, he felt his constitution strengthen a bit. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile, "Did you notice the effects?"
"Did it strengthen my constitution?"
Song Shu Hang said. He just ate a chunk of meat, but it was unexpectedly able to strengthen his constitution. Anyway, the strengthening effect was quite low. It was only comparable to him practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique once. This is the skill of an immortal chef. Although the effects aren't comparable to those of medicine pills, the food they prepare wins in flavor, and it doesn't have side effects either. Moreover, the ingredients are much easier to find too, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. However, my personal immortal chef isn't that skilled, and even the strengthening effect on your constitution is rather low. Song Shu Hang sighed with emotion and said, "I'm already very satisfied." Now, he was really looking forward to attending Immortal Fairy Bi Shue's immortal feast. How much of a boost would he receive after eating the food there? After Song Shu Hang finished breakfast, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue placed the newspaper down and got up, saying, "Little friend Shu Hang, shall we practice if you are done eating breakfast?"
"We?"
Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, are you going to practice together with me? Song Shu Hang said. "Yes, let's practice together." "Sure, Senior." Song Shu Hang got up with a jump. "Is Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue going to instruct me?" It was literally a favorable treatment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, 100 Giants. Chapter 515, 100 Giants. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue carried Song Shu Hang along and arrived at the 16th underground floor of the Immortal Cave. In there was a completely white room, very spacious and devoid of objects. The 16th floor of the Immortal Cave was the place with the highest concentration of mysterious energy and matter. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Little friend Shu Hang, you're currently unable to use True Qi, right? In that case, we'll practice without using it. Which type of environment do you prefer for battle? A forest? An ancient city? A plain? The sea? I can choose the environment I prefer." Song Shu Hang pondered for a moment and replied, In that case, I'll choose the ancient city.
Good, the ancient city it is.
Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue opened his arms and operated the spiritual energy inside his body. In the next moment, the white room started to change. The surrounding space started to expand without limits. A nearly 10 meters tall wall suddenly rose from the ground. Afterward, archer towers, clock towers, houses, castles, the inner city, and all kinds of ancient buildings rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the room on the 16th underground floor had turned into a fortified ancient city. Song Shuhang blurted out, "An illusory reality?" Only the illusory reality of a venerable could create such a scene out of nowhere. The illusory reality was a special skill that 7th stage venerables possessed. With this skill, they could create an illusory space within the real world. The things inside the illusory space weren't any different than real things. Even the injuries received there would stay behind after leaving the illusory reality, just like when Song Shuhang entered Venerable White's desert. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue faintly smiled and said, "It seems that little friend Shuhang has already experienced fellow Daoist White's illusory reality. However, we are still in the real world at this time." "If we are still in the real world, is it a real illusion then?" Song Shuhang said in amazement. The real illusion was a skill that was the complete opposite of that illusory reality. Once it was activated, the real illusion could turn certain events that had happened in the real world into illusions. Venerable White gained a superficial knowledge of this skill and had Song Shuhang experience it for a while. That was truly a tragic memory for our little friend. That day, the goldfish version Song Shuhang was gulped down at once by Dudu. He was shredded to pieces by sharp dog teeth and melted by the gastric acid in his stomach. Just recalling this memory was enough to make Song Shuhang tremble all over. Little friend Shuhang knows about the real illusion as well? Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue looked at Song Shuhang with a curious expression on his face and explained, "However, the skill I used isn't the real illusion. That skill can only be mastered only after reaching the 8th stage profound sage realm and showing one's divinity in front of the masses. I'm still one step short from that point. The skill I used just now relied on the runes, barriers, and formations engraved in the immortal cave and materialized some of the objects present in my illusory reality in the real world through a special shape-imitating magical technique. In other words, it's an object-imitating technique. Everything you see here is made of pure energy. If you go ahead and touch it with your hands, you will immediately understand." Song Shuhang curiously touched the city walls. Sure enough, he immediately felt as though he was touching pure energy. Although he could touch the walls, they felt different from real walls. What a strange magical technique. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the ancient city materialized out of nowhere, Song Shuhang asked, "Senior seventh cultivator of true virtue, how are we going to practice?" He was a cultivator of the 2nd stage that couldn't even use the true qi and mental energy in his body. If Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue wanted to practice together with him, he would have to restrain his strength until it was around the 2nd stage. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue said, "Before starting the practice, I need to get an understanding of your battle prowess. Come, attack me with all your strength." It was truly the attitude of an expert. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and immediately attacked Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue. Now that he was unable to use his true qi and mental energy, he could only display the basic Buddhist fist technique and the pure saber moves of the inverted scale saber technique without the addition of true qi, as well as the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork. If we added the innate skill of the mouth aperture, he could reluctantly use the roaring lion's technique. However, that wouldn't have any effect on Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and quickly approached Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue. Afterward, he used the basic Buddhist fist technique and attacked him from all kinds of tricky angles. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue didn't move and stood in his original place, trying to figure out how to counter Song Shuhang's incoming attacks. In the next moment, his hands danced in the air and gently blocked Song Shuhang's attacks. In all this, his feet didn't move in the least. Not bad, your fist technique has already reached the master level, and your movements were flexible and variable, not rigid at all. The combination of the footwork with the fist technique was also very precise, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said, quite satisfied. 5 breaths later, Song Shuhang had already finished displaying one round of the basic Buddhist fist technique. Then, he stopped his attacks and said, Senior, I have other techniques too, but I can't display them, since I can't use true Qi at this time. It was truly a regrettable matter. Just as Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue got the sudden idea to train together with him, Song Shuhang could only display the basic Buddhist fist technique and nothing else. It was like gathering the Dragon Balls just to wish for a meal, because one was hungry at the time. Song Shuhang knew that he was lacking when it came to martial skills and magical techniques. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had been cultivating for a very short amount of time. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue nodded. From the attacks just now, he had more or less determined the level of Song Shuhang's battle prowess. In that case, it was time to advance to the second stage of the training. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue asked, Little friend Shuhang, do you have any experience in fighting large monster beasts and cosmic demons hand-to-hand? I once encountered a blood demon and a strange, colossal cuttlefish monster. However, I didn't fight them hand-to-hand, Song Shuhang replied. In that case, I'll specially give you an additional lesson on how to fight against large creatures. Moreover, you are a bit lacking when it comes to attacking methods. When you have the time, you should go in the group space of the 9 provinces #1 group and take a look at the small missions issued by other fellow Taoists and obtain the related rewards like cultivation techniques and martial skills. You should complete the missions in your free time and learn several different types of attacking methods. It's never a bad thing to have many skills at one's disposal, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. I was already planning to do so, Song Shuhang replied. Good, good, and now then, let's change the training method. I'll prepare several suitable targets for you to practice your skills first. After saying this much, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue raised his hands once more and said, set the range of height from 5 to 10 meters, the strength to the second stage realm, the available skills to the lightning flash fist, the quantity to 100, the fatal weaknesses to a random mark, done. Come forth, giant Seventh Cultivators of True Virtue. Just as his voice faded, 100 colossal figures suddenly rose from the ground outside the ancient city. The giants had the same face as Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, and a body covered with muscles. Their height went from 5 to 10 meters, and just like the ancient city, they were made of pure energy. At this time, they were standing outside the city with similar poses to the Terminator when it first made its appearance. Song Shuhang stared at the giants that had suddenly risen from the ground and asked, Senior, you are not planning to make me fight those 100 giants, right? Even though the giants were also at the second stage realm, their build was very large. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. How was he supposed to fight them? Song Shuhang felt that he would be beaten to death. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue faintly smiled and said, Little friend Shuhang, you have to believe in yourself. According to my calculations, these are the most suitable practicing targets for you. I prepared them based on your fighting capacity. As long as you give it your all, you don't need to fear them. Senior, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure of it. Anyway, little friend Shuhang, you have 2 choices now. First, hold on against the giant Seventh Cultivators of True Virtue for 1 hour, protecting the inner city. Second, completely kill the giant Seventh Cultivators of True Virtue. If you succeed, I'll teach you a special type of secret sound transmission skill. The type that can transmit the message to a whole group. Song Shuhang was rather direct and asked, what if I fail? If you fail, well, I haven't decided what will happen if you fail. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue pondered for a while and said, even if you fail, it's not really a problem. After all, the main objective is to give you some training. Therefore, the ancient city will return to its original state if you fail, and the giants will keep spawning indefinitely until you manage to succeed. Song Shuhang. Is this like a continuous make-up test you would keep taking until you succeed? Moreover, since little friend Song Shuhang can't use true Qi right now, the giants won't use it either, and will only rely on their physical strength. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue snapped his fingers and said, "In that case, let's begin." Outside the city walls, the 100 giant Seventh Cultivators of True Virtue roared and charged toward the city walls. The 10 meters tall city walls couldn't possibly stop the giants. If they were allowed to come closer, they would simply leap over it. Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, it's not correct to give them a favorable treatment. Right, I'll give you another reminder. Little friend Shuhang, do you see the fist-shaped marks on the bodies of the giants? Find the marks and hit them there with all your strength. The mark is the fatal weakness of the giants, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Then, he took a deep breath and operated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork, heading toward the city walls. He wanted to shift the battlefield to the city walls or directly outside the ancient city if possible. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang jumped onto the city walls, a 10 meters tall giant arrived in front of them and grabbed the walls with his hands, revealing half of his head. On the top of the head of the giant was a mark. That's good. Song Shuhang jumped high up and took the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hands, slashing toward the giant in the next instant. Right, I forgot to tell you something. Little friend Shuhang, I'm about to increase the gravity by 3 times. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue voice was transmitted once more. Senior, don't backstab me like this. Song Shuhang had a very bad premonition. Just as he was thinking, he felt his body sink. Due to the gravity suddenly increasing while he was midair, Song Shuhang lost his balance. The 10 meters tall giant seized the opportunity and swung his palm toward Song Shuhang, trying to crush him like a mosquito. The bodies of the giants were made of pure energy and were thus unaffected by the gravity change. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue stood in the air with both hands behind the back, looking at Song Shuhang battling against the giants. Next to him was the Jade White Lion, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, who had just returned. The two of them were standing side by side. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I can't seem to find anything special about little friend Shuhang. He doesn't have a special, cultivation-related constitution, and he has missed the best period for cultivators to build their foundation. His battle experience is also very normal. There doesn't seem to be anything eye-catching about him. And yet, he has advanced to the 2nd stage realm in only 2 months. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a faint smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Ding Tilde congratulations for obtaining a set of broken home appliances. Chapter 516, Ding Tilde congratulations for obtaining a set of broken home appliances. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Is it luck then? The Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said subconsciously. Song Shuhang didn't have any special innate talent when it came to cultivation and missed the best period to practice. But even with such a huge disadvantage, he was able to advance so quickly. In that case, he must have had some incredible luck, right? Moreover, there was someone like Venerable White in the 9 Provinces #1 group who was known for his heaven-defying luck. Therefore, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately thought about luck as soon as 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said those words. Perhaps. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. He hadn't been online too much recently, but he was able to see from the chat logs of the 9 Provinces #1 group that Song Shuhang was able to obtain the acknowledgement of most the fellow Taoists in the group. Such an achievement couldn't be attributed to luck alone. After an investment, one would expect a return. Now that the fellow Taoists of the group had acknowledged Song Shuhang, he needed to train hard and return their trust. Moreover, even fellow Taoist White seems to care a lot about this little friend, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added. Venerable White's luck had already reached abnormal levels. It was rather amusing that he, too, was unconsciously paying so much attention to Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, after getting tossed around for a while, Song Shuhang was finally able to adapt to the gravity 3 times higher than normal, slowly getting the gist of how he had to fight against the giants. The giant's venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue materialized had a large build and an incredible strength. However, their intelligence was relatively low. After adapting to the gravity, Song Shuhang brought into full play the advantage the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk gave him. In the end, he was able to kill a 5 meters tall giant with the help of the treasured saber-broken tyrant. The first one is down, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. While battling, the strength of his constitution was continuously rising. After all, the tempering one would receive with daily practice couldn't be compared to the tempering they would receive while in the midst of battle. Moreover, the room was full of mysterious energy and matter. It was indeed the best place to temper one's body and strengthen the constitution. Additionally, Song Shuhang discovered the Easter egg venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue left behind. The giants would occasionally display the lightning flash fist while attacking. It's likely a fist technique of the 2nd stage. Judging from the name, it seems a cultivation technique of the same rank as the flaming saber. The giants couldn't use true chi, either. Therefore, they would only display the pure fist stance, without the lightning damage, while executing the fist technique. Thanks to that, Song Shuhang had the opportunity to learn the stance of the lightning flash fist. Of course, comprehending the stance alone was of no use. One needed to coordinate with the chant of the fist technique to make it work. Such being the case, did venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue hide the chant of the lightning flash fist somewhere close? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue smiled and said, "It seems that little friend Shuhang discovered my setup." Then, he turned around and said to 4th cultivator of true virtue, "Did you find that person?" For the past few days, the Jade White Lion 4th cultivator of true virtue had been looking for a certain person in the proximity of the moon. It was an entity that had the ability to make itself invisible, and one absolutely couldn't mention its name before finding it. Otherwise, if it were to hear someone calling its name within a certain range, it would instantly flee thousands of miles apart, disappearing without a trace. 4th cultivator of true virtue rolled its eyes and said, "How can it be so easy to find that person? Unless it is willing to be discovered, almost no one can find it. However, I found some clues. You should be aware that several cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage have been chasing after that magical treasure, called soul-devouring demonic good these days, right?" Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue nodded and said, "Is it related to the good?" There was a little bit of that person's aura on the good. In other words, it's very likely that there was a close contact between that person and the soul-devouring demonic good recently, 4th cultivator of true virtue said as it licked its claws. What's the origin of that soul-devouring demonic good? Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue asked. Maybe you should ask little friend Shuhang. Yesterday, that red-haired spiritual emperor looked for little friend Shuhang precisely due to the soul-devouring demonic good. The Jade White Lion stretched out its claw and pointed toward Song Shuhang. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue crossed his hands behind the back and laughed. Therefore, finding that person is also related to little friend Shuhang? Sure enough, little friend Shuhang was a rather interesting fellow. Just as venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue and the Jade White Lion 4th cultivator of true virtue were discussing, something changed in the battlefield below. Little friend Shuhang was defeated. He made a small mistake and was surrounded by the giants. Then, several fists exploded at the same time, burying Song Shuhang in the ground. At the critical moment, a golden shield appeared in front of Song Shuhang, blocking the remaining attacks. The golden shield was something venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue left on Song Shuhang's body just in case. The moment the golden shield made its appearance, it meant that Song Shuhang had died at once. Song Shuhang had a depressed expression on his face. After 10 minutes of rest, he entered the make-up test mode. The ruined parts of the ancient city were restored to their previous state, and the giants that Song Shuhang had killed also came back to life. The 100 giants were now positioned outside the ancient city once again. The make-up test had now begun. If he were to fail, he would end up in the endless loop of the make-up test mode tilde. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At the same time, in the proximity of the moon. Just as Song Shuhang was fighting against the giants, many things happened in the space surrounding the moon. For example, the cultivators that were chasing after the soul-devouring demonic good discovered that there wasn't only one sword light in space. Just as they were chasing after it, the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic good suddenly divided in two. The cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't know which one of the two they should chase. But that wasn't all. There was news of other cultivators seeing powerful sword lights roaming in the surrounding space from time to time. Early this morning, a group of cultivators joined hands and was lucky enough to intercept one of the sword lights. But when they jointly sealed the sword chi on the flying sword and prepared to happily divide the loot, they were dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? The object on the sword light wasn't a magical treasure or the soul-devouring demonic good. It was a flat-screen television with the eye-catching Made in China writing on it. We worked ourselves to death and even wasted precious sealing talismans just get a flat-screen television. As if that wasn't enough, the television is even broken. One of the cultivators of the fourth stage of the group was on the verge of tears. He had used a number of sealing talismans that was worth 16 spirit stones of the fifth stage to catch the sword light. Now, he wouldn't even be able to get back the capital he initially expended. In the instant this group of cultivators saw the broken television, they immediately felt as though a mouthful of old blood was now stuck in their throats, making them feel very ill. At last, their vision expectantly shifted to the sword light. The sword light was incredibly powerful. Perhaps it was a very precious, and they could make up their losses by selling the flying sword? But in the next moment, the group of cultivators finally spat out with tremendous force the blood stuck in their throats. The body of the sword light was made of wood, and it seemed to be casually manufactured. It was such a huge rip-off that they found the pain difficult to bear. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just like a domino effect, after the first sword light was captured, several other sword lights followed suit and were captured one after another by the cultivators that had now joined hands. After, these groups of cultivators started to expectantly search for treasures above the sword lights. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a broken microwave oven. Spurt tilde the second team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a blown-up fridge and humidifier. Spurt tilde the third team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a broken television, a blown-up air conditioner, some pieces of a fridge, and an induction cooker. Spurt tilde the fourth team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps the people on Earth would be able to see a very rare blood moon today. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Time flew by. Noon, 3 p.m. In a place on the moon where cultivators gathered. A large group of cultivators with lifeless eyes had gathered here. The expressions on their faces looked extremely aggrieved. Other people have returned. Judging from their expressions, they also seem like fellow Taoists that have successfully intercepted one of those sword lights. What do you think they obtained? I heard that one of the groups of cultivators that returned obtained a television and a fridge. Some of the younger cultivators were unable to resign themselves and started to study the television. They firmly believe that there is a treasure concealed inside the TV. It's not only the younger generation. I've heard that many other fellow Taoists also brought back air conditioners, fridges, and microwave ovens they found to examine them carefully. They suffered a huge loss and weren't able to obtain anything in return. If it were me, I would also be on the verge of going crazy. I bet they must be continuously cursing in their heart whomever did this. Just as they were discussing, another group of cultivators came over. Their eyes were likewise lifeless and their expressions aggrieved. Amidst the group, there was a cultivator with long hair that was gnashing his teeth in anger. After approaching the gathered cultivators, the cultivator with long hair cupped his hands and asked, "Fellow Taoists, do you know if there is any news of a female monster dog appearing on the moon?" "Eh? Little brother, did you obtain something good?" the gathered cultivators asked curiously. Was it possible that he obtained a treasure that only monster dogs could use? He. The young cultivator revealed a carefree smile and gave the thumbs up. "It's because I feel like bitching to my heart's content today. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." The next day. July 29th, Monday. Today's Tao name was Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. Yesterday, Song Shuhang trained inside the underground room at a gravity 3 times higher than normal. In there, he was tortured by the 100 giants for a whole day, and they only stopped at the wee hours of the morning. In the meantime, Chu Chu and Li Yinju were also brought over by Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's servant to the scene of Song Shuhang fighting the 100 giants to assist. Early morning, just as Song Shuhang got up, he felt that he was tired both in body and mind. On the road of cultivation, one had to alternate between work and rest. Therefore, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue advised Song Shuhang to go out for a stroll. It was very difficult to visit the moon normally, and it just so happened that there was a place where cultivators gathered next to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. There was even a small street market there. Therefore, Song Shuhang brought Li Yinju, Chu Chu, and Yu Jiaojiao together with him and headed toward that place with the help of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal boat, curious as to what he would find there. Of course, he would only take a look around. A poor wretch like Song Shuhang couldn't afford to buy anything. After getting out of the immortal boat, Song Shuhang's group arrived at the entrance of the place. In the next moment, he saw a huge pile of home appliances just next to the entrance. Microwave ovens, fridges, televisions, induction cookers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, The Fight for the Demonic Good. Chapter 517, The Fight for the Demonic Good. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Is it just my misconception? Can someone tell me why do I find this fridge, television, microwave oven, and so on so familiar? I'm probably overthinking it. After all, things such as fridges are mass-produced, and it's not that uncommon to see the same model somewhere else, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After reaching this conclusion, Song Shuhang carried Li Yinju and the others along and entered the street market, taking the opportunity to stroll around and relax. Just as he was strolling through the market, Song Shuhang heard the conversations between the stall vendors. They were mostly discussing what happened yesterday. According to the contents of the discussion, several cultivators joined hands and tried to intercept the sword lights flying in the proximity of the moon and retrieve the treasures on them. Afterward, several cultivators indeed managed to intercept the sword lights successfully. Normally speaking, it should be a joyous event and something worthy of celebration. But all the cultivators that had managed to catch the sword lights successfully suffered losses and gained nothing, because the only things they found on the sword lights were broken house appliances. According to the rumors, a young cultivator with long hair was unable to withstand the blow and went looking for a female monster dog for some action, and several other cultivators that had suffered losses cried themselves to sleep. Needless to say, the house appliances piled up next to the entrance were the spoils of war of the cultivators that joined hands yesterday to intercept the sword lights. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang broke into a cold sweat that didn't show signs of stopping. No wonder he found those house appliances so familiar, because those were the house appliances that Venerable White sent to space. What a coincidence! But hadn't these flying swords flown toward the depths of space? Why did they come back? Are the runes of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique so strong? To the point that they pulled closer the disposable flying swords even though they were so far away. It was unknown why the flying swords came back, but Song Shuhang felt very sorry for all the people here. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, A well-informed cultivator shouted aloud in the street market, "Latest news, latest news." The team led by loose cultivator Qian Yang, and composed of the loose cultivator Xiong Gui, Yang Wuhuan, and the monster capable of assuming human form, Mo Ran, managed to intercept the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic good. At this time, loose cultivator Qian Yang's team is carrying the soul-devouring demonic good and the sword light back. Someone had finally managed to obtain the soul-devouring demonic good? All the members of the team led by loose cultivator Qian Yang were quite powerful. They were famous 5th stage spiritual emperors that were quite well known in this place where cultivators gathered. Each of them had a golden core with 5 dragon patterns or above. But judging from the news, even the members of the small team were unable to completely subdue the soul-devouring demonic good. It seemed they had no choice but to carry it back together with the sword light. Damn it, we were one step behind. Loose cultivator Qian Yang has the devil's luck. I refuse to accept it. Why did we only get a fridge when we joined hands yesterday? That's too unfair. Loose cultivator Qian Yang and the others are bringing the soul-devouring demonic good back with the sword light. Does it mean that they aren't planning to subdue it, but to sell it instead? Who knows, but the mad chase after soul-devouring demonic good has finally come to an end. Now, no one would have to suffer due to those broken house appliances. Has it really come to an end? I don't think things are so simple. Another cultivator laughed and said, "How many people suffered losses while trying to get their hands on the soul-devouring demonic good earlier?" Moreover, the 5th stage spiritual emperors of several powerful influences already regard the soul-devouring demonic good as something that belongs to them. Do you really think that they will give up so easily? As long as loose cultivator Qian Yang's team didn't manage to subdue the soul-devouring demonic good, this matter wouldn't come to an end. Only God knew how many people were secretly staring at Qian Yang's team. Perhaps someone would try to snatch the good from them before they made it back. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Someone finally managed to get their hands on the good. Song Shuhang faintly smiled. He didn't really care if someone else obtained it. After all, it wasn't something that belonged to him in the first place. Moreover, he wasn't strong enough to participate in the battle for the soul-devouring demonic good. Actually, it was a good thing for Song Shuhang that someone managed to get their hands on the good. With that, there won't be any red-haired spiritual emperor, black-haired spiritual emperor, or XXX-haired spiritual emperor trying to capture him after discovering the relationship between the sword lights and the 10,000-mile flying escape technique and forcing him to hand over his treasures and so on. It was such a headache. In the end, one could be upright only if they didn't have selfish desires. Song Shuhang brought Li Yinzhu and the others along and strolled through the street market. It wasn't a cultivator's street market for nothing. It had all kinds of rare treasures and lacked next to nothing. For example, the pill of youthfulness that even money couldn't buy in the mortal world was sold here in batches. A whole bottle with 30 pills within for a spirit stone of the 2nd stage. Song Shuhang saw some spirit rice sold retail too. Unexpectedly, the price of one packet was 2 spirit stones of the 1st stage, double what he paid the last time. Moreover, the packets of spirit rice were one size smaller. These guys were truly unscrupulous profiteers. Additionally, there were all kinds of spirit beasts, medicine pills, and spirit plants. Song Shuhang took a liking to a shop selling magical robes. In there were elegant scholarly robes, handsome daoist robes, and even modern windbreakers. They were really cool. Song Shuhang really wanted to buy them. Unfortunately, he was short of money at this time. For one moment, he even had the urge to take out the emerald green kasaya and exchange it for a daoist robe. But in the end, he managed to resist this urge. In the end, the emerald green kasaya was a high-quality product. Its defensive properties were much better than the mass-produced magical clothes in the shop. Song Shuhang was a reasonable person. He wouldn't disregard his life and safety in favor of something stylish. Aside from the shops that sold magical robes and flying swords, several other shops that sold cultivation techniques also piqued Song Shuhang's interest. The flaming saber, earth spirit staff, fire controlling art, basic foundation establishment sword technique, and other cultivation techniques were sold in the shops. The selling price was different for each of them. They were all ordinary cultivation techniques, and lots of them were incomplete. After they were sold, the cultivation techniques belonged to the buyer, and they could pass them down to the disciple they liked the most. After looking around for a while, Song Shuhang faintly sighed. The cultivation techniques were quite pricey. Even the cheapest foundation establishment cultivation technique was sold for a spirit stone of the 3rd stage or higher price. The cultivation techniques were so expensive because each volume was transcribed using a special method, with a special brush, ink, and paper. Moreover, most of the volumes had a low-level illusory technique engraved on them that allowed them to create an illusory space where the technique was passed down. However, not all the volumes of cultivation techniques here present were well written like the basic Buddhist fist technique, which was using a combination of text and pictures to create the illusory space where the technique was passed down. Most of the volumes here present had a rough illusory technique engraved on them, and the number of times one could use them were limited.
Wait until I have money. I'll come back.
All poor wretches with no money had the same train of thought. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As Song Shuhang and the others strolled in the street market, Li Yinju started to get sleepy. During the last 2 days, the time she spent sleeping was gradually increasing, and the cold emanating from her body was also getting stronger. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she was confined by ice once more. Song Shuhang was really powerless when it came to dealing with Li Yinju's disease. He could only hope to find a cure for her disease in that forbidden area when exploring it with Venerable White. Sleepy. Li Yinju pulled Song Shuhang's clothes and yawned, her silvery eyes were all misty. She looked extremely cute at this time. Song Shuhang bent his body and skillfully embraced Li Yinju. Li Yinju also conveniently leaned against Song Shuhang's shoulder and closed her eyes after finding a comfortable position, quickly falling asleep. There was a special tacit understanding between the two. After embracing Li Yinju, Song Shuhang said to Chu Chu, "Miss Chu Chu, let's head back." Chu Chu nodded. She didn't buy many things, either. The ancestor of the Chu family gave her some spirit stones before she set out, but she was unwilling to spend them carelessly. She wanted to spend them on truly useful things and not to squander them around. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The party of 3 humans plus Yu Jiaojiao entered Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal boat, preparing to head back to the immortal cave. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's 2 servants were driving the immortal boat. Therefore, Song Shuhang and the others didn't have to go through the trouble. The trio sat tightly. Song Shuhang carefully held Li Yinju in his embrace. While she was sleeping, the cold emanating from her body got even stronger, and Song Shuhang almost felt as though he was hugging a chunk of ice. Resist for some more, resist until we explore the forbidden area. Perhaps things will turn for the better at that time, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. While hugging her, he felt as though he had taken Li Tuansu's place and that Li Yinju was his daughter now. In the heart aperture, the ghost spirit slightly shook, reacting to Song Shuhang's feelings. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The immortal boat took off and slowly headed toward Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. Song Shuhang said, "I must absolutely complete the challenge of the 100 giants today." Constantly battling against the giants allowed him to benefit immensely. Although he was exhausted both in mind and body after fighting against them for the whole day yesterday, his constitution had been strengthened quite a bit thanks to it. The true qi in his dantian had slowly calmed down, and he didn't feel like he was going to explode at any time anymore. It was the same with the mental energy between his eyebrows, it wasn't hurting as it did before. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The immortal boat kept advancing forward. Just as the boat was advancing, the servant on the right who was currently controlling it suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand, pulling the lever on top of his head. The lever was probably the brake of the immortal boat. After the servant pulled it, the speed of the immortal boat reduced until it stopped. "Is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked. The other servant turned his head around and said to Song Shuhang with a smile, "Daoist priest Shuhang, Fairy Choo Choo, don't worry. It's just that some cultivators are fighting ahead of us. Therefore, it's better if we take a roundabout route so as to avoid getting involved in the fight. The immortal boat was a very precious magical treasure, and it would be very troublesome to repair it if it were to get damaged. Therefore, it was better to change route if cultivators were fighting in the front. Song Shuhang nodded and shot a glance outside, seeing two groups of cultivators crossing swords. The fighting scene was extremely dazzling. Flying swords were spinning and sword lights exploding, dazzling like the rising sun. One was simply unable to look straight at them. Powerful saber chi was descending like a waterfall, single-handedly destroying all the things that dared to block its path. Runes were also revolving, covering the whole battlefield. The number of runes was very high, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. The two sides were both composed of expert cultivators. At this time, a wild shout was transmitted from the battlefield. Loose cultivator Qian Yang, know your place and obediently hand over the soul-devouring demonic good. Otherwise, I'll kill you and extract your soul, torturing it day and night. HMPH. Come and do it if you have the balls. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Everyone is capable of boasting, do you really think I would be afraid of you disciples of the limitless demon sect? Another clear and resounding voice was transmitted from the battlefield. The soul-devouring demonic good had given rise to a battle for its control. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, we just lacked strong guys to put in the mines. Chapter 518, we just lacked strong guys to put in the mines. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Coincidentally, Song Shuhang noticed two familiar faces in the camp of the Limitless Demon Sect. He saw the same two black-robed disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect that he met as soon as he got into space. However, they weren't wearing their magical black robes anymore. At this time, they were wearing two white-colored short magical robes of much lower quality. Moreover, they didn't have magical swords with them, either. While battling, they were using magical techniques from the distance and fists in close-range battles. They looked quite pitiful. Even when it comes to demanding the payment, we are professional. The proud face of that man wearing a leather armor, who was the leader of those guys demanding the pay, resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Did that group of muscular cultivators strip them of their magical black clothes too? At this time, the cultivators of the Limitless Demon Sect and loose cultivator Qian Yang's team finished trash-talking and started battling once more. All kinds of cool, movie-like special effects exploded one after another. The lights of magical techniques, talismans, and sword lights completely covered the two sides. Moreover, the area their attacks covered was continuously increasing. If Song Shuhang and the others stayed there, they would surely get involved with them. Moreover, Song Shuhang was worried about something else too. According to what the cultivators in the street market said, loose cultivator Qian Yang and his team were unable to subdue the soul-devouring demonic good and thus brought it back together with the sword light. Since the sword light and the good were brought back together, wouldn't the sword light react to him if they were too close, flying toward him together with the good? F***CK, it's going to be really troublesome if it happens. Song Shuhang said, we should quickly get away from this group of battling cultivators. Sure, Daist Priest Shuhang, the two servants of Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, said calmly. Afterward, they operated the immortal boat and took a roundabout route, keeping clear of the Limitless Demon Sect and loose cultivator Qian Yang's team. Now then, Daoist Priest Shuhang has a nice ring to it, but the best thing is that they aren't calling me a Great Master Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Luckily, the matter Song Shuhang was worried about didn't take place. Loose cultivator Qian Yang's team wasn't famous for nothing in that gathering of cultivators. The seal they used was very strong and tightly held the sword light in place, not allowing it to break free. The immortal boat carried Song Shuhang and the others and smoothly arrived at Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. We're finally back home. Song Shuhang felt as though he had got a load off his chest. He wasn't unlucky today, and nothing bad happened to him either. It was truly a wonderful day. He picked up Li Yinju and headed toward Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. Careful! Daoist priest Xu Hang, dodge quickly! The voices of the two servants operating the immortal boat were transmitted from the rear. Song Shuhang unconsciously moved to one side, avoiding the incoming crisis. Is today's misfortuna planning to ambush me at the doorstep of home? At the same time, Song Shuhang turned his head around in puzzlement to take a look at what he should be careful about, since he didn't feel any sense of crisis. As soon as he turned his head around, he saw something shooting through space and coming toward him. It was a sword light. Very dazzling and very familiar. F***CK, isn't that the radiance of one of Venerable White's disposable flying swords? Speaking of which, Song Shuhang could now identify the sword lights of cultivators with the naked eye. Is it possible that one of those sword lights roaming in space with broken home appliances came toward me? If that's the case, it's not too bad. At most, I'll take care of the space junk. However, there was another possibility that was giving Song Shuhang a headache. What if the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic good on it that loose cultivator Chen Yang had sealed had broken free and was now heading toward him? If loose cultivator Chen Yang and his team brought the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic good back together, it wasn't only because they were unable to subdue the good, but it was also because they were unable to separate the soul-devouring demonic good and the sword light in the first place. Therefore, they should be well aware of the strength of the sword light and of the fact that it could break free at any time. However, they still decided to brace themselves and bring back both the good and the sword light. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on his shoulder, said, "I can faintly see the silhouette of a good on the sword light." Song Shuhang facepalmed. The situation he was most afraid of was about to take place. Whiz tilde? The speed of the sword light was extremely fast as it arrived in front of Song Shuhang. But before bumping into him, the sword light suddenly braked and stopped in its tracks, starting to gently hover midair. Song Shuhang held Li Yinju with one hand and used the other to grab the hilt of the disposable flying sword. The sword light that hundreds of cultivators were unable to catch was now obediently allowing Song Shuhang to grab itself. Chu-Chu blinked her eyes. The object that several cultivators of the fourth and fifth stage were fighting for had now automatically flown into Song Shuhang's hands. Ah! There are some people in the back coming over here, Yu Jiajiao also added. In the space, two groups of people were using their own special methods and madly chasing after the sword light. These people were precisely loose cultivator Chen Yang's group and the guys from Limitless Demon Sect that were happily fighting against each other earlier. The soul-devouring demonic good is ours. Stupid loose cultivators, if you dare to meddle in this matter again, we people of the Limitless Demon Sect won't let you off. Limitless Demon Sect, you're the ones that should be careful. Su Clan 7 has already destroyed almost 10 of your branches, and yet, you still dare to act arrogantly. If you anger us, making us join hands, our strength won't be much lower than Su Clan 7's. Trash like you unexpectedly dares to compare themselves to Su Clan 7, if you provoke us, the Limitless Demon Sect will make you die without a burial site. The sword light below stopped. Who is that guy? He got his hands on both the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic good. Damn it, hand over the good. Eh? It's that guy? Two disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect wearing black robes opened their eyes wide. Isn't that guy the same Daoist priest stressed by a mountain of books that made young Master Hai suffer a loss back then? But why did the sword light stop next to Daoist priest stressed by a mountain of books? Moreover, the sword light seems extremely obedient while in his hands, just as if it was Daoist priest stressed by a mountain of books' personal pet or something. Wait a moment. Yeah, that must be it. From the very beginning, it was stressed by a mountain of books plan. After all, he's a sly fellow that made even the peerless senior brother young Master Hai suffer a loss. What a sinister and scary guy. The two disciples wearing black robes clenched their teeth and said, however, if a mere cultivator of the second stage tries to make fun of so many powerful spiritual emperors, he is simply seeking death. If you play with fire, you'll get burned. the two strongest cultivators of the respective groups, loose cultivator Qian Yang and peak leader Bao Ping, twinkled a few times and shot toward Song Shuhang at the same time. Hand over the soul-devouring demonic good. Peak leader Bao Ping cupped his hands into the shape of a barrel and shot a ray of mist toward the good in Song Shuhang's hands. Damned fellow, the good is mine. Don't even think about stealing it. Loose cultivator Qian Yang bellowed. It was something that his team had sealed and obtained with much difficulty, and now, someone was unexpectedly trying to snatch it away under their nose. Loose cultivator Qian Yang spat a multicolored ray out of his mouth, aiming at Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Those guys are really bold, one of Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's servants muttered as he glanced at the two spiritual emperors quickly descending from the sky. This place was after all Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. Barging uninvited into someone else's immortal cave was a very rude behavior. If the owner of the immortal cave was hot-tempered and were to kill the intruders in a fit of rage, no one would blame them. At the same time, the servant stretched out his hand, and a defensive barrier appeared in the airspace of the immortal cave, warding off the attacks of loose cultivator Qian Yang and peak leader Bao Ping. Next, the other servant turned toward Chu Chu and Shuhang and said with a smile, Daoist priest Shuhang, please enter the immortal cave. Song Shuhang felt an invisible strength support his body and bring him inside Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave. The nearby Chu Chu was also picked up and brought inside the immortal cave after Song Shuhang. Defensive barrier, activate. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's servant said. As soon as he said these words, stone columns rose one after another in the proximity of the entrance of the immortal cave. From the looks of it, they were the base of a defensive barrier. The purpose of the stone columns was to maintain the powerful defensive system of the immortal cave. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hee, you think you can stop me by relying on a barrier of this level? Loose cultivator Qian Yang bellowed. He didn't care about forcefully barging into the immortal cave of another cultivator. The soul-devouring demonic good belonged to him, and he absolutely had to retrieve it. But the most important thing was that the defense of the immortal cave was very ordinary. The rank of the defensive barrier was of the 4th stage. It was something that loose cultivator Qian Yang could destroy with one blow. In the next moment, countless needle-shaped lights exploded from his body. Each of the lights headed toward the stone columns at the entrance of the immortal cave without fail. Just by looking at this move, one could imagine how skilled loose cultivator Qian Yang was when it came to controlling his spiritual energy. The small needle-shaped lights unexpectedly bypassed the barrier in front of the immortal cave and directly headed toward the stone columns. Bang, bang, bang tilde. The stone columns at the entrance of the immortal cave exploded one after another, turning into rubble. The defense of Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave turned out to be so weak. Song Shuhang was confused. After all, it was the immortal cave of a venerable. Right at this time, the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue appeared beside Song Shuhang and said complacently, actually, it's quite normal. After all, I'm the one that arranged these defenses, and there is a limit to how strong they can be. Eh? 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, it was you who arranged the defenses? Song Shuhang shot a glance outside the immortal cave and said, the defensive barrier was destroyed, and the opposite party has already barged in. Is it really not a problem? It's not a problem. We just lacked strong guys to put in the mines recently. If they are of the 5th stage or above, even better, the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue discovered a planet with a high-quality spirit stones mine. However, the planet is full of filthy things, and cultivators of the 5th stage and below would turn into mindless monsters if they were to stay there for too long. And you're looking for strong miners for this reason? Chu Chu muttered. 5th stage spiritual emperors were respected figures in the world of cultivators, but these people wanted to catch them and put them to work in mines. But right at this time, an ice-cold voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Out of the way! Soon after, a jade white leg appeared out of nowhere and kicked away fourth cultivator of true virtue. The little lion was literally kicked flying. Song Shuhang followed the silhouette of the leg and finally saw the owner. It was a woman wearing a light green skirt that had come out from the depths of the immortal cave. Her light green skirt had butterflies embroidered above and was slit until the thighs. It was both sexy and elegant. The woman had long golden hair that resembled a mass of golden threads, shining to the point of being dazzling. Additionally, she was wearing a black eyeshade that covered most of her face. After kicking away the poor fourth cultivator of true virtue, the golden-haired woman elegantly sashayed toward the entrance of the immortal cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, The Man That Can Sell Anything. Chapter 519, The Man That Can Sell Anything. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Who is this person? Song Shuhang asked. Is she the wife of Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue? Or perhaps his disciple? No, it still doesn't add up. Whether she is the wife or the disciple, she shouldn't really kick Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's clone, Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue, like that, right? After all, it was quite the rude behavior no matter if she was the wife or the disciple. She is a despicable person. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue crawled up from the floor and licked its claws. Although it had a depressed look on its face, it didn't seem angry. From the looks of it, it was already used to this treatment. Song Shuhang. Right at this time, the golden-haired woman arrived at the entrance of the immortal cave. A kind reminder to the trash that dared to barge into someone else's immortal cave uninvited. I'll give you 1 second to get the hell out of here, the woman said as her tall and slender figure stopped at the entrance of the immortal cave. Although the eyeshade she was wearing covered her eyes, all the onlookers could see the contempt in her eyes. Even the thick eyeshade was unable to block the extreme feeling of despising her persona was emitting. The taunting skills of the golden-haired woman were surely maxed out. As if that wasn't enough, she didn't even bother to take off the eyeshade while facing so many enemies. Was it possible that she practiced some kind of special eye technique and could transform enemies into statues after taking off her eyeshade? A cultivator of the limitless demon sect bellowed, a little girl that hasn't even grown hair down there unexpectedly dares to be so arrogant, dare. In the next moment, a golden arrow pierced the abdomen of the cultivator of the limitless demon sect, shooting him down from the sky. It was no different than the duck hunt game Tilda. After the disciple of the limitless demon sect fell to the ground, Song Shuhang was finally able to see the true appearance of the arrow that pierced his abdomen. It was a golden hair that seemed to be cast of gold, belonging to the golden-haired woman. Did she shoot out her own hair and use it as a weapon? If that is indeed the case, isn't she afraid of becoming bald? Does she have a skill similar to Dharma King creation and can regrow shiny and beautiful hair at will? Gulp. In the sky, the cultivators of the limitless demon sect and the members of loose cultivator Qian Yang's team all secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That disciple of the limitless demon sect that was shot down was a 5th stage spiritual emperor. A 5th stage spiritual emperor was unexpectedly defeated with such ease. It was no different than shooting at little birds flying the sky. What realm had the strength of this golden-haired woman reached? 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 13. There are 13 5th stage spiritual emperors in total. The quantity is a bit low, but they should last for quite some time, the golden-haired woman said. Afterward, her long hair started to move around as though it had a will of its own. Quickly disperse. She is about to attack. Peak leader Bao Ping roared. The woman before their eyes was surely stronger than a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Was she a 6th stage true monarch? But peak leader Bao Ping's voice had yet to fade when 13 golden lights streaked across the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Just as though it was raining, 13 5th stage spiritual emperors fell from the sky. The strongest of the batch, loose cultivator Qian Yang and peak leader Bao Ping, were also included. In the next moment, several of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's servants dashed out of the immortal cave, holding long chains in their hands. Afterward, they used the long chains to tie up the 14 fifth spiritual emperors and dragged them inside the immortal cave. The servants seemed very skilled at kidnapping people. From the looks of it, it wasn't their first time performing such actions. The several remaining cultivators of the fourth stage in the sky were scared out of their wits. You small fries of the fourth stage are, on the other hand, of no use. Your luck is good. Now, get out my sight, the golden-haired woman said indifferently. Damn it, we disciples of the limitless demon sect will. A cultivator of the fourth stage was about to saying something but started stuttering halfway. The golden-haired woman waved her hand. In the next moment, a dust-covered sign above the immortal cave became visible. Residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The 7 words were glistening and dazzling to the eye. TT, the residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang could feel from the voice of the cultivator of the 4th stage that he was trembling. From the looks of it, the name is 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was rather famous amongst cultivators. But it was to be expected. If he wasn't famous, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wouldn't have asked that red-haired spiritual emperor to give him face. The golden-haired woman said indifferently, "Get the hell out of here before I change my mind. Otherwise, I'll shoot down all of you and throw you in the spirit beast pen and feed you to the pig beasts." In the next moment, all the cultivators of the 4th stage immediately ran away from the residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. They didn't even dare to say stuff like "I'll come back to take revenge," and so on. They were like little birds frightened by the mere twang of the bowstring. HMPH. The golden-haired woman snorted and elegantly sashayed back to the immortal cave. When she crossed paths with 4th Cultivator of True Virtue on the way back, she raised her jade-white leg and kicked the poor thing away once more. Stupid 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. The next time, choose a better time to bring troublesome people over. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. I've been suffering from insomnia for more than 20 years now, and I had just managed to fall asleep with much difficulty, the golden-haired woman said coldly. After saying this much, she adjusted the eye shade and said, "I'm going back to sleep. Don't disturb me again." From the very beginning, she was wearing the eye shade so that she could improve the quality of her sleep. Tap, tap, tap. The golden-haired woman walked away and returned to the depths of the immortal cave, disappearing without traces. The jade-white lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to cry but had no tears. But it wasn't me who brought trouble over this time. It was obviously Song Shuhang who brought those troublesome guys here. He was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After getting out of the wall with much difficulty, the jade-white lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue gently jumped and arrived next to Song Shuhang. Its vision concentrated on the disposable flying sword in Song Shuhang's hand and the soul-devouring demonic good above. Just yesterday it was chatting with Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue about the soul-devouring demonic good, and today, the good fell into Song Shuhang's hands. Was it just a coincidence? Or perhaps it was the choice of the soul-devouring demonic good. After all, the good had come in contact with that person. Maybe he had tampered with it in some way. According to the rumors, that person was the most mysterious merchant in the world of cultivators. One could buy all of the known treasures in the universe from him. The guy even sold several ancient treasures and raw materials that had long disappeared from the world. As long as one could pay the appropriate price, they could buy anything from him. Many big shots in the world of cultivators were looking for him. However, no one could predict when and where he would appear the next time. Even divinations and miraculous foresight were useless against him. At this time, the clue that could lead them to the merchant was on the good in Song Shuhang's hands. "Little friend Shuhang, are you free right now?" 4th Cultivator of True Virtue asked. "Yes, Senior 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, do you need something from me?" Song Shuhang said. "It's not me but 7th Cultivator of True Virtue that needs your help. He has been looking for a certain person recently, and he might need your help to find him," 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. "No problem, but I'll carry Li Yinju to her room first," Song Shuhang replied. "Right, little friend Shu Hang. If you have the opportunity, you should save a few spirit stones during this period of time, fourth cultivator of true virtue said as it licked its claws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, The Moon Princess. Chapter 520, The Moon Princess. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Save a few spirit stones? The words of the Jade White Lion, fourth cultivator of true virtue, hit Song Shuhan's sore spot. The silver dragon puppet needed spirit stones to move, and he owed Senior White several spirit stones of the fourth stage already. Additionally, he needed spirit stones to use the Jingang token of authority and go to Great Master Profound Principle's place to learn the follow-up cultivation technique of the basic Buddhist fist technique. In the future, he would need a large number of spirit stones to learn that flame substituting technique from Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. As if that wasn't enough, there were some circumstances in which he could use spirit stones now that he had advanced to the second stage realm. Therefore, it was indeed a good thing to save up a few spirit stones. Song Shuhang asked, Senior 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, is there a method to quickly accumulate spirit stones? The Jade White Lion pondered for a while and said, perhaps you can look for a nearby mine and work there. If a cultivator of the second stage mines raw ores each day, they can obtain a wage of 5 spirit stones of the third stage. Moreover, mining inside a mineral vein is good for practice. After all, the spirit stones inside the mineral vein emit a large quantity of spiritual qi. Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, does Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue have a mine somewhere close? No, only low-level spirit stones are left in nearby mines, and it's not worth the effort for 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to mine them, the Jade White Lion said while licking its claws. Afterward, it used its paws to clean its face. Are you sure you are a lion and not a cat? Anyway, it's 5 spirit stones of the third stage for 1 day of work. Should I consider this possibility? Song Shuhang was getting eager to get into action. Although 5 spirit stones of the third stage weren't much, he recalled that the volumes of the Earth Spirit Staff, Wave Splitting Palm, and other Foundation Establishment cultivation techniques were worth only around 2 spirit stones of the third stage. In other words, if a cultivator of the second stage entered the mines and worked to death for a day, they would earn enough spirit stones to buy a Foundation Establishing cultivation technique. And if they gave the Foundation Establishing cultivation technique to an ordinary person, they would open the gates of cultivation for them. Wait a moment, strengthening my constitution is the most important thing right now. When would I have the time to mine? Afterward, Song Shuhang carried Li Yinju to her room and followed the Jade White Lion, heading toward Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's position. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the place where the cultivators were gathered, the news about someone from the residence of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue taking the soul-devouring demonic good spread quickly. At the same time, the news of loose cultivator Qian Yang, peak leader Bao Ping, and other 12 spiritual emperors barging into the residence of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and getting captured as miners also spread. Perhaps it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that they were captured and sent to the mines, since the mines belonged to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The prisoners would obtain twice the result with half the effort while practicing in there. Anyway, now that the soul-devouring demonic good was snatched away by someone living in the residence of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the remaining cultivators didn't want to fight for it anymore. After all, it was the immortal cave of a venerable. Unless they were eager to follow in the footsteps of loose cultivator Qian Yang and the others and end up as miners, they wouldn't dare to barge into his immortal cave uninvited. As a consequence, all the cultivators that had gathered on the moon for the soul-devouring demonic good returned to Earth. Once the cultivators that had come here for the treasure left, the cultivators that had set up the stalls found themselves out of business and left as well. In the mere span of half a day, the previously noisy and lively moon had turned into a deserted land with just a bunch of cultivators left. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Scholar Zhang Gong, is there any fellow Daoist that has news about the demo dragons? At Northern River's loose cultivator. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior Zhan Gong. There has been news of several cosmic demons appearing recently, but they were either bone demons or white demons. There was no news of demo dragons. Thank you, Northern River. That friend of yours really worked hard, Scholar Zhan Gong wrote as he attached a depressed emoji. Then, he also wrote, in that case, does anyone know anything about the blood of demo dragon? I can buy it for a high price if necessary. Right, can anyone tell me the address of the Cultivators Trade Center? I will go there and put up a mission to collect the blood of demo dragon. Northern River's loose cultivator, I'll pay attention and immediately notify Senior Zhan Gong if there is news of demo dragons appearing. Moreover, I'll send you the website of the Cultivators Trading Center so that you can register and put the advertisement about the blood of demo dragon there. Thank you so much, Scholar Zhan Gong said. Soon after Scholar Zhan Gong popped up, Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather also got online. Her username had now changed to Softfeather, Moon Princess. Had Venerable Spirit Butterfly really started to come up with new daily DAO names for his daughter? Softfeather, Moon Princess Seniors, we are finally ready. Today, we will try to explore the ancient ruins once more. I'll surely try my best. Northern River's loose cultivator, Softfeather, I wish you good luck. Softfeather, Moon Princess Senior Northern River, please call me a Moon Princesses. Anyway, thank you for your kind words. I'm sure we'll be lucky and obtain a lot of good things. Northern River's loose cultivator. Venerable White, Softfeather, are you ready to set out? Everyone else is already downstairs, we are waiting for you. Yes, Venerable White. I'll immediately head downstairs, Softfeather, Moon Princess, quickly replied. Venerable White? Right, at Fairy Firefly, did you send little friend Shuhang into space? Here I am, Senior. Fairy Firefly appeared and said, I sent Path-Seeking Scholar into space 2 days ago. I have successfully completed my mission. Fairy Firefly worked hard. I wish you the best, Fairy, Venerable White replied. Fairy Firefly had been dealing with a very important personal matter in these days. Senior White, thank you for your blessings, Fairy Firefly replied with a smile. But right at this time, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman suddenly popped up and said, which senior? Mentioned me? Song Shuhang had fiddled with the settings of the group and made it so that he would receive a pop-up notification if certain keywords, such as Shuhang, little friend Shuhang, stressed by a mountain of books and even 7 DAO names were mentioned. Therefore, he received a notification as soon as the keyword little friend Shuhang was mentioned in the group. After looking at the chat logs, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman said, Senior White, are you going to explore the ancient ruins again? Venerable White, the wounds the other fellow Taoists received were light and are healed already. Therefore, we will re-enter the ancient ruins today. Anyway, did you manage to adapt to space? Yes, there were no problems aside from a few twists and turns, and moreover, I'm currently inside 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's residence, strengthening my constitution, Song Shuhang replied. At the same time, Song Shuhang thought of another matter. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, right, Senior White. Are there any suitable methods for me to earn spirit stones aside from working in the mines? I was hoping to gather spirit stones within a short period of time. Venerable White, the quickest method to obtain spirit stones is to look for a senior and ask them. I can lend them to you if you want. Song Shuhang. The other seniors in the group also didn't seem to have any good suggestion. All the methods they knew to gather spirit stones were not suitable for Song Shuhang. For example, the techniques Medicine Master and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman knew were secret techniques passed down in their sects and schools. On the other hand, Northern River's loose cultivator was still trying to think of a suitable method for Song Shuhang and was putting his thoughts in order. Therefore, fellow Daoist Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman changed the topic of conversation. Right, Senior White. I saw the disposable flying sword you launched into space while I was there. They unexpectedly all came back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.